Hey, Sassy, thanks for becoming a member. Sorry I'm a little late today, guys. The mornings are a little crazy over at the house because I'm trying to get my kiddo out the door at the same time as we have the case. So I am just a smidgen behind here, and I'm just pulling up the feed now. 1 second here. All right. Cheers.
Do what they do,
Go.
and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. It occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way. But do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So, and then the last thing is administratively is I emailed you folks.
Still feels
this
shitty.
morning.
Worse than yesterday.
I'd like to have some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think that will be the most efficient way. And then lastly, schedule. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay. And then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case? Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
You raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic. Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the State Police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. Was assigned to patrol. 2018, began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the State Police Detective Unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes.
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes,
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
John, I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair as you saw it that day?
it is.
A cop,
At some point, did
obviously.
other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Yes, field trip, but they don't bring us with them. Well, they might do. They'll do outside the house if NBC 10 goes live outside the house.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections? to
No,
these?
you're not
Okay.
supposed to. They can
All right,
be
so
admitted.
then let's just have them marked and admitted.
Exhibit 97, so marked. Exhibit 98, so marked.
It was a 98,
97? And
97 and 98.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
may I display that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange colored chest with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearms case a black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98. What's depicted in exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Strong, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Cross?
Trooper Strong, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer involved
Girl, I
shootings?
hear you.
That's one of them, yes.
Yes.
I hear you,
Yeah.
Salty.
Do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides? as
Girl, I
well?
got some serious bags under these eyes.
And in
That's
this
all I do.
case,
Look
when was
crazy.
it first brought to your attention that there was an officer involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
It would be Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And
Never feel
what time
embarrassed
was
here,
the
my
shooting?
friend.
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Never, ever.
Approximately 6 p.m.
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Oh, God.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between
Let me check.
North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the
I believe
math,
he's
it's
state
about probably
police.
20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene.
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
And as a practical matter, as we said, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably,
Yeah, approximately.
and then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line, the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were in a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Where did that occur?
It was in this kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. It would be in the street, so
The sidewalk or something?
yeah.
Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
He wasn't on the scene.
Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer is always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right. Okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder, Officer Noonan, correct?
What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene? I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why, how is that relevant to me as a fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias, wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
all right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain the
Okay,
objection.
that's it, Judge, just for those
Okay.
issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date?
It was
I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes, sir.
Okay, a few days later.
Yes.
And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North Andover Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Okay, and that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying from your body camera? Yes,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Just gonna use the picture.
Yeah.
showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in the chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest. It has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It has kind of a top that swings back and opens up,
Yes.
and it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I'm not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
Very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Okay, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Sure, take your time.
I noticed that just like a bruise on his eye, or maybe he just has bags like me. Like, listen, I got some bags under my eye, girl. I'm old, god damn it. Listen, even you working that many hours, you still look beautiful, far from washed up, and definitely far from not aged good. Girl, you be aging like fine wine, my friend. Okay? You're only a few years ahead of me, but I could lose a couple LBSs from my medication. I hold that water weight from the medication, so it's like beyond my control of losing the 20 pounds that I would love to lose because of the medications I'm on that hold that sort of water weight, and the medication that lets the water out doesn't really help either. Let some water out, but it still doesn't allow me to lose that last 15 pounds. Good morning, Matt. Nice to see you. I know a lot of our viewers are probably watching bigger channels, other channels, but I appreciate all you guys that pop in here and watch with me.
Before midnight.
Girl, I need some Botox now. You be looking good. Teach me your ways,
All right, so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay? So you arrived there around 6:30,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there at 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I read the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
I have. That's from going down lower on my medication. So I'm almost down to like the lowest it can go, though. So there's only going to be a few more pounds that are going to come off.
Then you,
Oh, thank
what
you,
did you do
Heather.
when you had the search warrant drafted?
They do need to be. This is totally the
The
best.
clerk.
I definitely have lost weight, but that's
Involve
again
any
coming down on the
assistant
milligrams of my
attorney from the
medications.
Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Guptosi, Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
What do you think? She's the fake LG? She's the OG
And
LG.
while you were there,
Leah.
were you know, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant. You got a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
No.
She's going to have to
Were
teach
you,
me how to do this.
Did you know
Botox.
whether anyone
Although I heard it's
from the North
expensive.
Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place, and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as
Yeah,
far
I
as
never
you're
had
concerned, that
pajamas.
order's in place?
They were
The
leggings.
entire,
They They were leggings.
the entire time
That
you're
Eden called
drafting the search
pajamas.
warrant,
He doesn't know the
getting
difference between
approval,
leggings
waiting
and
it back,
pajamas,
waiting
apparently.
to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there
Okay.
at any point.
And then no
Listen, I
one
take
went
those
back in
with
the
a
house.
chuckle these days.
And then once
If I
you had
wasn't relaxed,
approval
no.
from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
Since I'm
And
here,
so what time did you go in the house?
a little, maybe
I don't
here,
recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
maybe 1 or 2 here for some Botoxies.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yeah, take your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any recross? Sorry. Redirect?
Just one issue. Sergeant Strong, you were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillips Brook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes,
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
it would.
May I approach?
Yeah.
Sir, direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrants?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any,
No question.
I'm sorry?
No question.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county. I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or
Yes,
something?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, you call your next witness? All right, the Commonwealth Russ. All right. And is there a motion?
There is.
Okay.
I'll stand on the paper.
All right, so it's
He's
paper
motioning.
90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yes, I did it.
All right, defendant's motion for a required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it.
Marcia, I got a little gift yesterday. And I'm also dropping my phone, but whatever, that thing's old anyway. It's going to die on me sooner than later. But
Right, and Mr. Bradley, did you want to be heard on the motion?
Oh, let the clown be
All right,
heard, Marcia, and then
motion
we'll,
is denied.
oh, never mind, he doesn't want to be heard on it, denied. Shocker. He's thrilled.
And
Got this little
since
gift
you can call
from
your first
Marcia
witness.
yesterday.
Yes.
I am so excited, I love it. It goes to my coffee bar. It says Coffee Queen, you
Maureen, Teresi?
The state did just rest, yeah. I love it so much, Marcia. It comes with like a little chain that I can hang it on the wall behind the coffee bar, and that's exactly what I plan to do because there's a plug right there. Thank you so much. I love it. I haven't even lit it up yet. I had to find a nugget this morning because it doesn't come with a nugget, so I had to find a nugget this morning.
Raise your right hand. You
I'm
solemnly
going to show you guys what it looks
swear
like.
that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Thank you
but
so
the
much,
truth.
Marcia. I love it.
Good morning.
Now I just gotta get the
You can have a
stirrers
seat.
and
Put
the
yourself right up to that mic.
sugar and the creamer, and I'm done with the coffee bar, and it is completely done.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Teresi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am
It goes up and down.
a stay-at-home
brightness.
mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging,
Goes up.
design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years, 3 years ago. Large staging business.
How long have you lived in your condo
Where
complex in
am I?
North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2
And do you walk the
Thank you
dog
so
around
much,
the
Marcia.
complex from time to time?
every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors
chain.
named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
Love it.
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which is
is a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and,
Sure.
and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just
Oh, wait, is this
Neighbors making
the,
small talk.
absolutely.
the turtle
And back
whistleblower?
in August of 2025.
Is that who this is?
You had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just, I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so.
You're more than welcome to walk through my pink home
what I
with me.
started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world?
Oh,
today?
love it, even when I'm 70.
He's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover? He's,
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
what was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that
I
was
think
given
this is
made
the
no sense.
The turtle cult whistleblower
And
neighbor.
at that time, he said, I'm the shooter.
What,
Just
he
like
said, I'm the
Kate's-
shooter?
He said, I'm the shooter.
Kate's
And what did you take that to?
conspiracy couch whistleblower
I-
neighbor lady.
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, my
I'd
God,
call her
I'm
a
so
whack job too.
sorry.
She tried to kill
I know
me.
when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He
Okay, take your time.
had said that there
Lady.
was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
Did he use any
He said
certain
that-
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry,
Did he use any certain pejorative about her?
I
What did he call her?
what did he call her?
Mhm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him.
Right.
And that,
Well, this doesn't help the defense.
it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off, and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why
It's
would
not the way they do
if
it.
They were going to the house to take a baby. Why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them?
Because that's not the way it works
And
when you
he
go
said, well, she's a fucking
straight
whack job.
to a judge.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
And he said that she's an effing, whack job.
I love how they use the
So was
same
that
language
in
as the
response
Karen
to
Reed
you
trial. I'm
saying,
sorry, I'm just not
why
buying
didn't you
it.
have
I don't
social
believe
services
her.
go to the house?
Yeah.
Social services
And-
doesn't go to the house when you go straight to a judge, idiot.
I was like,
Ugh,
wow.
Come on. No, she claims to have this
That
conversation
word
with him.
is used.
Objection. Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
She's giving me Karen Reed trial turtle
There was a
rider
little bit of
vibes.
Conversation.
Sorry.
And then it ended, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A, half this didn't help the defense. B, you're using the word whack job again.
How
I'm
did
sorry.
get
I just
involved in
don't,
it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how do they know you heard this?
not buying it.
Objection relevance.
Goes to whether she's
After the
credible.
Conversation that we had, I was
Reach out
shocked
to
by
Turtle
it.
Boy. Mr. Bradle.
I didn't even know Pat's first name
But
his
how
last-
did you contact someone?
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did
we
contact
go.
somebody
Who?
that
Who?
Mike Crawford, that I
Oh,
knew was in contact with the defense.
So she inserted
and,
herself. I
you know,
can't.
'cause
And
I
she
think
watched the
there was a
Karen Reed stuff.
hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike
And so when was?
Poor Mike.
When was?
Throwing his name under the bus, dude.
with Mike.
No, with, this conversation with Pat.
It was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah.
Okay. You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
Obviously.
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan, Teresi, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay, can I
sure.
go, John?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah. they have
This
a
just
copy.
isn't,
So
it
that's
makes,
it, right? You
she
reposted
threw Mike's name under the bus, dude.
Correct?
When was this? July 10th? Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a,
Yeah, it's a simple
article from Mike-
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
She was
I
a turtle
reposted.
rider.
You
It's that
reposted
sad.
that, but
Yes.
what did you repost?
Read it.
What's, I can't see it. Like, what's the context of
I mean,
Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not.
She doesn't want to read it.
Use my voice.
Understood.
Anything more than to just, I have a timeout, but hold on one second, ma'am. Just wait for,
Okay.
and Mr. Gubitosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no,
Okay.
from
Lisa?
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it, is my problem.
If I may, for the
You
witness-
read it, bud. It's getting read one way or another, lady. I don't find her credible. I'm sorry.
I object.
You object to it being read?
Um,
It's to her credibility, bud.
Why it might affect our state of mind or not.
All right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
I call bullshit. Sorry, guys. I love Mike, but I just call bullshit on this lady. It sounds like she really wanted to be a part of something, and I just don't buy her story. She used the same whack job
Now,
word
My question for Mr. Gubitosi
as the Karen Reed trial. Come on.
Why would the, putting it on the screen,
I just want
allow
her
it
to
to be
see
more
it.
legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at
Yep,
it. Maybe it won't.
Is
He's
there an
right.
objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should object to it.
All right, so let's take it a step at a time. So, you can, put it on the screen, she can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the. screen.
Attorney Tim Bradel on North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client, police officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons. That's July 10th, before she claims to have had that conversation with him.
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Bradel of North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, and so it's a statement, I'll let you get back at that.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could
Nope.
see something.
Noonan said.
Yeah, the big,
Okay.
Right.
He did not say
My
that.
eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. Says Attorney Tim Bradel on North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay,
Fitzsimmons.
so you reposted
Simmons.
the statement that Attorney Bradel made about the case, correct?
Yes.
You're welcome, Bella's mom, Bella Boo's mom. Correct. It was after she tried to shoot him. So yeah, I mean, I'd be like, she's crazy too. Sorry. This isn't helping the defense. Actually,
Now,
this
you
is
said you
horrible.
comment to about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea. What,
Okay, may I
What do you-
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
Just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name. And yes, this is well, it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Excuse me.
Well,
Hold on one second. Let's mark it for ID, please. And Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have that.
Exhibit F, so marked.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, who's I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, that, not that there's a cover-up.
Well,
Oh,
those were your
boy.
words, weren't they?
This is bad.
I don't know if is that what it says in there? I forget.
Oh, you don't
what that
remember?
says in there.
All of a sudden? Interesting. I'm sorry, this lady's just not credible at all. She's a fraud. She's a liar. She had to use the same words, whack job. She needed to be involved in all this, and Bradle did not vet her. Let's be honest.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you
Correct.
mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a cover-up.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be,
You are humiliating yourself, lady.
and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Something else. I'm sorry.
Look at her. I mean, she clearly just wanted the attention, and it's like, I'm sorry, but this looks bad for the defense. Not good. And she's not, right? Karen's case is not everyone's case. Like, the cases are not the same. They're nowhere near the same. They have nothing to do with one another. People need to stop, like, comparing those cases. They're all different.
Exhibit G, Lamar.
Thank you. Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
Okay? So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. You flip to the second page and see if you made a comment to that.
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page out loud, please?
The first, the post itself?
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you want me to
If you
spell
can't
it?
read the
Cover
last
up,
name,
lady.
go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie
God.
Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense
She wants to be a
dedication
part of
in
something.
helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Oh my God,
Wow, let's
imagine
hope
how
they stay
angry
safe from their colleagues.
Aiden is that she didn't say Turtle Boy and she said Mike. Oh my God.
Redirect.
Yeah, definitely redirect this clown.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you,
Oh, he's
sir.
not going to redirect? Oh, okay.
The defendant calls Laura Paige.
Oh my God, that was so bad. That was not good for the defense either, because she literally just said, he said that she pointed it at him and she pulled the trigger. Like, how's that helping the defense exactly? Oh, it's not. Good job, Tiny Tim. Oh God, another turtle rider. I can tell. Another fucking turtle rider. Stop it. Whiskey Tim, stop. Stop it.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this
God,
cause now
help
and
me.
hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat right there. You can pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Paige, Laureen, Paige, P-A-G-E.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Mrs. Page, you are the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have
She's
to
the
say yes or
mother.
no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And
a
who
son.
is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address, we don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her,
Yes.
close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes. Yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was a father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025.
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents' sister? Just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts. Is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did. Yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat,
When he was hungry?
yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right,
Yes.
at that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillips Brook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is
With
that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Paige, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North
Thank you,
Andover
Pat.
Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I don't know, but I hope she's been able to see him.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
Poor Martha.
And
She's just a bookend.
at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
Oh, Martha.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Girl, I don't know.
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at
Yeah,
some
HIPAA,
time
they'd have to
let you know if
get
and
the
when
judge's
she was
permission.
headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Okay. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her.
Martha's lawyering.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Nope,
Who
green.
else was there when you got there?
No,
I put the
just
she in
us.
shenanigans.
And Kelsey.
Shenanigans.
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why.
Pablo
She was
Genduso.
confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Paige, what were you
It
doing
is.
while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Fredo should have let Martha
5:20,
do this.
5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And
Yeah, Kelsey's mom.
originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right.
Cartel. Dun, dun, dun.
Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS?
You're a vato.
And as a result of that call, Mrs. Paige, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house
Yes, I went right up.
and doors open? You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
no.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Paige?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No,
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No,
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No,
Did you know where she was?
upstairs.
And while you are downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch. And after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs. And I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any
I was
noise?
screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes.
I have to give the clown music for Bradel because I honestly feel like he sunk this case for his own goddamn client. And there's something weird going on with Bradel and Crazy Courtney. Like, no one needs a paralegal at the table with them while they're doing a case. It's fucking weird, okay? It's weird, you know? It's awful. It's an awful feeling, I'm sure, like, you know, having your child ripped from you, but God, you know, I hate when people say that. You know, my husband has never said, I'll watch our child. And I have to correct, I have a friend of mine who, when she doesn't bring the kids when we're hanging out, I'm always like, oh, who has the kids? The dad? You know, and I say his name. I don't say the dad, I say his name. But, and she's like, yeah, he's babysitting. No, it's not babysitting them. They're his kids. You're not babysitting your own fucking kids.
Yeah, we'll stand in recess.
You know?
All right.
They're your damn kids. You don't babysit your own kids. You know? I agree, Claude. I feel like Martha's tone in her approach, at least from this very little we've seen of her, would have been much better than what the fuck Bradel's doing. Okay? I don't know what the hell he's doing, honestly. You know, like, what the fuck? I don't get it. Right? Do you get paid too to babysit your? I mean, technically, I guess as a mom, I babysit my kids 24/7. So do I get paid for this? I think it's weird when people refer to it as babysitting when like the father or the mother have the kid. It's not babysitting. It's your kid. It's your responsibility. There's no babysitting happening. It's your fucking kid, you know? Sometimes they're not even in the court because a lot of the paralegal work is done in the office. You know, in a trial, they either sit in the audience, you know, in the chairs behind, or they're not there at all. You know, usually, though, as an attorney, to be clear, you're well prepared. Clearly, okay, Bradel is ill prepared. And I stand by that. I stand by saying he is not fucking prepared. If you look at his questioning from the first day of trial, and then you look at his questioning from the second day of trial, and what happened in between. The first day of questioning with Mr. Bradel was very all over the place. None of it made sense. He asked barely any questions to what you would think would be important witnesses, okay? Almost as if he didn't do his homework on this case. He didn't prepare at all. And then, lo and behold, people are saying things on Twitter. People are saying things in our live chat. They're asking questions. They're asking questions in Mike's live chat, and I'm sure JFK's live chat. And the next day, what do we see? What do we see that next day? Well, folks, what we see the next day is we see Bradel asking the very same questions that are nonsensical, like why wasn't DCF there? As an attorney, he should know the answer to why they weren't there. He's taking questions from Twitter people who know nothing about the law and live chats and using them in his case. That's fucking weird, okay? Number one. Number two, as an attorney, you know why DCF wouldn't be involved in this case. Just like this lady just repeats all the nonsense, this Maureen lady. Oh, well, I asked why social services wouldn't be there to do the exchange or why she couldn't go to the police station. Kelsey would not go to the police station. They have to serve her. They don't serve you by telling you to come down to the police station. They have to seize her weapons, which she has to give them. They don't have a search warrant. They can't. And this is like a misconception that I wish I could. I see it in like Mike's chat and other people's chats that I wish that I could just hop up there and be like, okay, guys, let me explain this to you so you understand. They cannot go into her home and just search for her weapons. They asked several times when they first got there. She kept saying the basement, but then she was leading them somewhere else. They have to follow her. They can't go searching around her house on their own. They cannot do that. They have no search warrant. They have no authority to do that. She has to give them to the police, right? Justin went straight to a judge. He went to a judge and said whatever he said to get this emergency custody order, okay? He said he thought the baby was in harm's way, whatever he said to the judge. The bottom line is the judge signed the order. There was no DCF involvement before that. So once a judge signs an order, DCF does not have a right to interfere. They cannot supersede a court order. They cannot interject themselves into court order. They would have no right or reason to be in that court at all for any reason. I mean, at that house, not the court, at that house, at Kelsey's house for any reason. They would not go there just to exchange custody. That is something that the police do, or they'll use a family member as an intermediary. That's not in this scenario, right? Because different scenarios have different reasons why things are done. In this scenario with Kelsey, DCF would have never been there for any reason. They have no jurisdiction, no reason. The cops do not just call them and go, hey, DCF, we're going to need your help here to exchange custody. Unless DCF comes in and takes custody themselves, they have no right or reason to be there. A judge has already signed an order to give custody to the dad. They have no authority to be there, nor would they. They're not at the beck and call of the police to do just custody exchanges. That's on the police to deal with the order and do the exchange. Right, exactly. It would have been custodial interference. And then they cannot interfere once a court order has been in place. That's just not a thing. It's not a fucking thing. So it's like I keep seeing people repeat those like few things, like why in DCF or why wasn't social services? Like, because in the state of Massachusetts, once a court order, I can't speak on other states, once a judge puts an order in, they have no part in that. If they were not involved ahead of time, now they very well could have been called after the shooting, right? For neglect because the baby was there when all of that happened. She reached for a weapon, blah, blah, blah. So they filed, I'm assuming, a 51A after the court. But that's another thing now. Justin, at this point, still has temp custody as far as I know. So DCF can't just take temporary custody away from him. A judge has to do that. Right. So even though they have a 51A and they're involved now after the shooting, there's still not much they can do, guys. Oh, and Mamacita gets it. Thank you, New Hampshire dude, my friend. He sends a gifted membership, and Mamacita's here and she gets it. I love that. I love to see when that happens. Insta karma, my friends. Insta karma. But I see a lot of these misconceptions that are happening, and then you have Bradle over here saying all sorts of wild shit that doesn't make sense, right? In my opinion, he's not prepared. He's never fucking prepared, right? Kelsey should have fired him a long time ago, and I don't think he gave her the best chance in this case. You brought that woman up there, and regardless of if she's a turtle rider or a watcher of Mike, I think she probably crosses over into both, in my opinion. Maybe she doesn't like Aiden anymore, but at some point I believe she probably did, right? To bring that woman up there and then allow her to be humiliated, because everyone knows what they were gonna do. The prosecution's gonna take all her comments on all her posts about this case and Karen's case from before this supposed conversation with Noonan and show her, which ruins her credibility, especially when they read out what they read out, which was her post basically saying like, buckle up, North Andover. You're just like Norfolk County. We're going to get them, right? That makes your credibility nil, especially when you admit to reaching out to Mike to get in contact with Bradle. Like that is you inserting yourself into this. A lot of her answers were very evasive. Like, to me, you wanted to be a part of this. You used the exact same verbiage as the Karen Reed case, and clearly you were heavily commenting in that case, which they showed. And then, as like an idiot that Bradle is, you bring her up there to recount exactly what Noonan supposedly said to her, which is exactly what he said on the stand, that she pointed it at him, that she fired it clicked, and that he had no choice. How does that help the defense? To bring up a witness that literally just confirms what the officer said happened. It doesn't. It's disastrous for the defense to do that. But instead, Bradle cared more about making the audience happy and the cameras, and instead of thinking about what could hurt his own case. He completely hurt his own case in this scenario. And let's go back to this lady real quick while we're on this break, because I think it's important to see exactly how he mucked the fuck up with this woman. All right? It's bad. It's not good, guys. In my opinion, he absolutely tanked this by allowing her to get up there and recount exactly what Noonan said on the stand. So all he's doing is confirming that Noonan's not lying, right? So that's not good for his case. That's fucking bad for his case. In my opinion, he cares more about the media, social media, than he did about his own goddamn case, which is seriously disturbing. And I hope that Kelsey, if she loses, files for an appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel, because I believe that's what it was.
May I inquire?
She's going to get swim
Good morning,
banned.
ma'am.
Good morning.
Kelsey doesn't get away
State your
from
name and spell your last
Courtney.
name.
Maureen Teresi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago, I had a large staging business.
How long
Yeah, they wouldn't
have
do
you
an
lived
Amber
in your
Alert, but they
condo
would say
complex in North Andover?
Since
that you took off.
2014.
Do you have a dog?
Oh my God.
A
I wouldn't.
dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I mean,
I
it's
do.
possible. Let's be
Do you walk
honest
the
here
dog
with
around
crazy
the
Courtney.
complex from time to time?
Every day.
Do you,
Amy.
in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which is
is a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact, and just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025.
But now get up there
you
and
had
shit on your neighbor.
engaged him in some conversation about
Makes for a real
what was
weird
going on
living
at the North
situation.
Andover PD, right?
I
Right?
did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just I had a razzing relationship
was
with
weird.
him.
It's not a
Just
bombshell.
regarding things going on in the world.
It's
And,
after she supposedly
so-
shot at him. So
what I started with is, how do you like what's going on,
I
in the
find
world
the-
today or whatever.
I find the verbiage of using the word whack job not credible, simply because this lady was so ingrained in the Karen Reed case. They showed in her comments and her posts, and you can look yourself how ingrained she was in that case. So I find the use of the word whack job not credible in and itself because of her involvement in these cases before this supposed conversation with Noonan. And he claims that he never said that. Right. And so, I mean, how angry do you think, though, Aiden, is that she name dropped Mike and not him? Someone pointed that out earlier, and let's be honest, that is definitely going to piss him off. I don't get credit. I should get credit. She was a turtle rider before. She was a Young Jerks watcher, and therefore I should get credit. Dear diary. He's going to write that in his diary for Wimpy Stewart Turtle, everyone. Okay.
Nah. He's like, I love it. And then I had asked,
well, it's not
what's going on?
hearsay if she had the conversation. So you guys have to understand what hearsay is. Hearsay is if she's reiterating a conversation someone told her. If you're one of the parties in the conversation, it's not hearsay. And also, let her sink her own ship, because all she does here is literally recount exactly what Noonan said happened on the stand. That Kelsey pointed the weapon at him, fired it, right? It clicked, and that she was getting ready to fire again, and that he had no choice. So all she did was give credibility to Officer Noonan to what he already said on the stand. This is a defense witness. Defense taking their own fucking case. Make it make sense, dude. I mean, again, Bradle, ill-prepared. He cares more about the theatrics than he does his own fucking client. And I really wish Kelsey would have fired him a long time ago, because I feel like ineffective assistance of counsel is currently happening at the moment, in my opinion.
with North Andover, the town of North Andover, and
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
what was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting.
Good question.
the car being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, "What do you mean?" And I
I'd
said,
bet on
"Well,
that
you know,
too.
that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. You know,
Made no
and at
sense.
that time he said, "I'm the shooter."
That press conference made no sense. Look at her face. Where do you think she got that? You think that that's her opinion, that the first press conference didn't make sense? Or do you think she got that opinion from someone else watching YouTube? Right? Because in my opinion, this lady watched a bunch of content creators. I know I'm a content creator, but I tell you guys, just like I tell everybody else, check the information. Even the things that I say, you should always do your own goddamn research and deep dive. Always on a case, okay? I don't believe that was her opinion. I believe that's the opinion that she got from other people and repeated it. It didn't make sense. And he said, I'm the shooter. And this is a face you make? I believe she probably already knew who he was. You know? You know? I don't know. That's the other thing. Can you imagine? Tim Bradle probably was like, please do not mention Turtle Boy. The problem with that is she can't perjure herself, right? So if the prosecutor asks, you gonna lie on the stand for Tim Bradle? I mean, we know he doesn't have ethics, but come on. You know? I guess she really did reach out to Mike, but still, I believe she did that to insert herself into all of this, you know?
What he said, I'm the shooter.
He said, "I'm the shooter."
And what did you take that to mean?
I agree they should have asked her how she was
I
prepped.
said to him that he was the one
It
that
is.
shot the other officer.
It's my
is
opinion.
What I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, you know, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police
I
officers
don't think she's credible. I just
have
don't.
to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
what
They
did
have like
you-
6.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He
okay, take your time.
had said that
Nervous, Marie Russ. I mean,
he had
Maureen.
there was no choice
Why?
to it. He had no choice that he
Not
had
to wrestle.
to,
I mean, Maureen.
she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
Did he use any
he said
certain,
that-
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry,
Did he use any certain pejorative about her?
I
What did he call her?
what did he call her?
Mhm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The 3 of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them?
Not how it works,
And
lady.
he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's definitely the response to
You don't
that.
have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
It doesn't.
He said.
He tried to shoot at her.
Could
Could have called her crazy too, you know?
Whack job.
so was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And
I can't wait for his trial
I was like, wow,
or him to plea out.
that word is used.
Objection.
Right? How does it not make
Sorry.
sense?
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I'm
I
just
did.
not buying her. Thank you,
After that,
Patty.
did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you?
I mean, you are, lady.
Objection relevant.
Jesse. She's like, shut the fuck up, landscapers.
Conversation that we had. I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody
Who?
that Mike Crawford, that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, you know, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike,
No, with this conversation with Pat.
it was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yep.
Okay. You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was
no.
going on in my town, yes.
You're
Come on.
Maureen Sullivan, Teresi, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay, can I
sure.
have what you're on?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was
Yeah,
it?
very
July
quickly.
10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
No worries.
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a.
Yeah, it's a simple
article from my-
question.
I'm sorry. it's
This
an
was
article
weird,
from,
too.
Looks like a post from Mike Crawford. I
Right,
reposted that.
you reposted that. But the
Yes.
post, but what did you repost?
Like, read it, lady. Like, she's not stupid. She
What-
knows what he means.
I can't see it. Like, what's the context of
Yeah, I mean,
Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
Hold on a second.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not.
She knows what he's asking. See, that's another part that kind of just
Anything more than to just.
acting like you
Time
can't
out, but hold on
read
a
it.
second.
Title?
Just wait for,
Okay.
and Mr. Gubitosi.
Come on.
We can't have two people speaking over each other.
Mhm.
So Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right. Thank
You
you.
you don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no,
Okay.
from
Ms.
July 10th. I
He
can't
knows no
read.
one.
My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it, is my problem.
If I may, for the witness.
Bingo, Matt. Whether afterwards they told her not to post under her own name.
Any objection?
So she made fake ones. I'm betting.
I object.
She's clearly a YouTube watcher.
And there's no foundation as to why.
Right? What's your YouTube screen name, ma'am?
All right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
Say it exactly what you want me to say, except she bombed that because she just completely gave credibility to everything Noonan already said on the stand happened,
Okay.
which is not good for the
My
defense,
question for Mr. Gubitosi is.
but you're a defense witness.
Why would the, putting it on the screen,
I just want
allow
her
it
to
to
see
be more
it.
legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should object to it.
All right.
This was also weird to me that the judge is like, is there an objection, as if sort of coaxing Bradel into giving an objection. To me, that was a little weird. Like, Your Honor, you're supposed to be impartial. If he's not going to object, you should be coaxing him into objecting, right? And then Bradel trying to use the same lingo. I can't read it, Your Honor. I don't know what it says. Like, they gave you a copy of it. You do know what it says. Like, stop pretending you don't know what it says so they can't, play it or put it up there or read it. Like, come on. Yeah, this is not strong. But again, I don't think Bradel ever has been strong, ever. I find him to be a clown, as I've said before. Very ill-prepared, cares more about the media, doesn't do his research. Again, most attorneys do not bring their fucking paralegal to the table with them. Also, most attorneys don't take their questions from Twitter or live stream comments of viewers, which I believe Tim Bradle did, including the whole AI fucking glasses bullshit. Like, come on. I could read it on the screen, and I'm fucking blind as a bat without my contacts in and with them in, to be fair, because I need an upgrade in my prescription. I am so freaking blind. I'm not joking. Like, my prescription is like, my glasses are like this thick. Like, I am blind. And if I can fucking see it when it's on that screen, they can fucking see it when it's in front of their faces. Defense is supposed to start out strong. In this case, the defense completely flopped and helped the credibility of the prosecution witness. I'm sorry, what now? Let's finish this so we can go back to trial. But I appreciate all of you being here. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. Hitting the like button is one of those. It's free. Hitting the subscribe button is free. You can get a membership. You can do a super chat or a super sticker. You can gift memberships to other people as well to help out. Or we have the most direct routes to the creator, which are our Cash App, our Venmo, our PayPal, our Amazon wish list, our Chime, our Revolut, those of you who are out of country, or our link. Our link is pinned in the top of the chat, and it's also in the description of the video. You can take any credit or debit card. It's a secure link. You can remain anonymous on any of these, so you don't have to worry about your name or your real name being read or anything like that. We don't do that here because you don't need to be harassed by a bunch of lunatics on the internet. I appreciate any and all of you guys' support. We are an independent channel, so the only way we get by is with the kindness and support of all of you. If we can't, then we can't keep bringing content. So we appreciate any and all support so that we can keep bringing you guys trials, content, information. And, you know, after this trial, we're about to really dig into the Justin Root stuff and try to get some accountability for his family in that case. So dig in, everyone. Let's do this. What was his tweet yesterday? I didn't check Twitter after I live streamed yesterday because I had a ton of stuff to do around the house.
So let's take it a step at a time. So you can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. And I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne, that was exhibit what?
E. Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
July.
North Andover police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover police officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, and so it's a statement. Oh, I'll let you get back at that.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I
something.
can read it from here, the big,
Okay.
right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. It says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover police officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, so you reposted the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea. What,
Okay, may I
What do you-
put you again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
Just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name, and yes, this is it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Excuse me.
Well,
Hold on one second. Just mark it for ID, please. And Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have.
Okay.
Exhibit F, Samar.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative
know.
will not pass the
We're
smell
getting to it.
test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days.
What?
We have just begun.
Oh my God, Leah, fix them.
We have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
That was not good. We have just begun. So again, we, as in her, putting herself in the middle of it. All right, so we're back to the trial. Here we go. Here we go. Girl, listen, you got to put some sense into these people. That lady was horrible. I'm sorry. Like, her credibility is straight out the window, and she gave credibility to Noonan. So if those people don't think Noonan's credible, well, she just gave him some. So there's that. All right, here we go.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Now, yes, we are a little behind, but that's okay. We'll skip a little when they go to break again, or when they go on the view.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to that mic.
Aw, thank you, Claw. Sends $20 and says, thanks for
Thank you,
hanging out
Renee.
with us. Wouldn't want to watch this case anywhere else.
Good morning, miss.
Thank you, Claw.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Excuse me. Do you mind? I'm just pulling that mic
Yes.
a little bit closer just so that we can hear you.
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer. How
I'm
old?
29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
They tell you how to talk
Currently.
and how to
Newburyport.
look.
Where'd you grow up?
Glasses.
I grew up in Methuen.
Those are
Methuen?
get out of jail free glasses is what I call them.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were two different houses.
They tell you how to
Tell
dress
us,
and what to
tell
wear
the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's it.
on purpose.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Steven, my older brother, my biological older brother Steven Jr., and then I have my stepfather William Paige, his two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were step-siblings?
They're step, yes.
Okay.
Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic, like,
Okay.
kind of like I am, like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So you guys are a close family, right?
Yes,
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
the whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What
I don't.
what were some of the awards and
Bingo.
distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host slash waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
After graduating Fisher College, you had the B, is it a BA or a BS?
Yes.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go, and tell us about law school a little bit?
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy.
Yes,
And you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff?
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody is needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay. And in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes in the lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
What was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes. While I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly? Was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so forth?
Like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it was 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party. So I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5. So I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer. So you ride with somebody
Benny.
in the same
Showing she was
cruiser
trained.
for a period of time.
So she should know better.
Who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift.
I'm not a fan
My
of
field training
Mazda.
officer was Officer Tierney.
He
I
rides
had
too
field
much
training on the
for
4
Aiden.
to
without saying
midnight
anything.
shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had, just to kind of list them all out?
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
Wait, no. No. Can you just,
Oh, yeah.
that thing
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And you, after you finished with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I think, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on. And I was signed off, and that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in the end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a
Yeah, did you-
nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
Wait, isn't the baby 15 months or 16
What
months?
happened on June 30th of
She
2020?
said 13.
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against
Hey,
me.
Claire.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not
I
speak to him. I
don't think that's
realized
fair
our relationship was over
because it was
when
before that.
a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind the events of that. So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie.
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it. So I went out basically the day I gave birth. And
his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
So yeah, 13 months.
Now, when you
Agree. Martha does better.
were
Moved out before that.
seeking
though.
to go
Yeah,
back to
Shannon's
work,
right.
did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
It did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, I was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like your dad.
Yeah, you don't
And,
babysit, it's your kid, it's your responsibility.
At some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
Was there something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind you a little bit. So there's some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes. Like, looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he calls
Well,
me.
hold on a second, just to be, yes.
I just need to confer with our court staff. Mr. Maureen, can you turn the?
Thank you.
You at sidebar?
Salad bar, she did the CPR class with him. Yeah, you know? Yeah, he doesn't like that. You know? He doesn't like it. Yeah, postpartum depression sucks. And there's, like, you know, the bottom end of it, which is basically what I believe I was on. He's so stressy and depressed, he sort of baby blues with my first child. And then there's the whole other end of the spectrum, like Lindsay Clancy end of the spectrum. And then there's a whole middle ground, you know? So it's different for everyone, you know? Yeah, Bradel's mad about a lot, but he should also be mad about his performance. That's what he should really be upset about. His performance as a lawyer has been less than subpar. You know, a lot of this is really more applicable to probate and not this court in general. You know, but she took him to the CPR class that she had to do for recertification for CPR. I don't, I think, unfortunately, I love you, Benny, but I feel like a lot of guys don't look into what postpartum depression is or how you can help, or, they just assume that when you say you have postpartum, you must be lying, or, it must be an excuse, or, I unfortunately had it with my first child and I was still with my abuser at the time. And so I didn't get much support there, and certainly did not help my postpartum. I'll tell you that much. It makes it worse when you're dealing with a narcissist like that. And what people don't understand is when you do that, when someone's asking for help or they're telling you what they're going through, and you try to say that they're lying or not telling the truth, or maybe it's just an excuse, or that it's nothing, you're not helping them. You're making it worse, because that's why people don't ask for help, because they're afraid of exactly that. And so this is why I say there's a stigma attached to all of this. There's a reason why people don't ask for help. And it bothers me, obviously, because my dad, who adopted me when I was just 4, having passed a suicide, I believe maybe he would have asked for that help if that stigma did not attach to all of that, you know? It's sad. I don't know, you know? Yeah, I feel like that probably would have been a smart idea, right, Leah? Having a doctor come in to really talk about it and what it is and how it can affect people and in what ways, you know? I'm not impressed with Bradle. I would have done a jury trial because a jury can at least give based on their feeling, even though they're not supposed to. We all know they do. Jury nullification is a real thing. It happens every fucking day. Judges can't do that, or they would seriously be questioned publicly. So,
And,
or yeah, or it's not that bad.
Couple of minutes.
All right.
That's the other thing, right? You say PPD and they automatically assume it's like on the spectrum of where Lindsay Clancy was. But I also want to say that I believe Lindsay Clancy was heavily over medicated. She was on something like 15, 16, 17 meds or something like that. And those medications alone, if you didn't have suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation, or if you had one or the other, can make them either way worse or they can give them to you when you didn't have them. So giving her, say she had suicidal ideation, and they're loading her up with 17 different medications. Some of those medications could have given her homicidal ideation if she only had suicidal ideation, or they could have made them all worse. Or if she had none of that, all of those medications could have given her suicidal or homicidal ideation, could have made the postpartum worse. That's the risk with these medications. But 17 or 18, they had her on quite a lot of medications, and that really has you question how the fuck that happened. You know, how the fuck did that happen in the way that it happened, and why weren't the doctors cross-checking what she was? There's a whole system for them to do that, what med she was on, what the, you know, why she's on that many, if they cross over to each other or affect, one medication can affect another medication. That's why the doctors are supposed to look, because, for instance, the medication that I'm on, one of the medications I'm on, certain medications can actually draw that medication out of my body. So there's like a list of, I don't know how many, but certain medications that I cannot take because it will draw that medication's effectiveness out of my body. And so you can't cross certain medications for a reason. Some can cause overdoses, some can cause you to be heavily zoned out and medicated, right? There is just a lot of that crossover with different medications that you can't give this one if you're giving this one, right? And being on that many, it really lends you to wonder with the Lindsay Clancy case if that was a part of that, you know? It's awful. My sister had postpartum with my nephew, the first one she had, and she was so worried she was going to get it with the second and the third, and she didn't. And that also genetically makes sense because a lot of the time some things can run in the family. So if a medication worked for your mother or your sister, it's more apt that that medication would work for you. If a reverse effect happened for your mother and your sister on this specific medication, it's more likely that it'll do the same for you. Could it not? Absolutely. But a lot of the times they'll ask, like, is there any medications your family has taken that have worked for them? Because sometimes genetics, it'll work for you as well. So there's a little bit of that plays into it as well, you know? Oh, the hormone craziness is off the charts right after the baby.
The Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, all
I agree. They really do need
Ms.
to correct
Fitzsimmons,
it.
could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm 100% sure. You know? It's just, it's bad. Yeah, too much medications in her case, in my opinion. I think they did do a very large injustice
Just
to Lindsay
again, pull
Clancy.
yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
I don't know the list of medications. I haven't looked at it, but I'm sure if they had her on things like
Yes.
Haldol to put down a fucking horse, then
So
yeah.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
Okay. And after that, you went to work
I went to work
with Caden.
with Caden.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training. So it was going to go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you train for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with a G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but.
Did he hold the baby?
He did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I had texted, I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was like more focused on go to the park. So I was like, I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes, so the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did, and he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck, and at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on right now?
This meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just like was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the Common or something like that? Why did you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just like communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Sorry. Yara, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just, so who
How's it relevant?
who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right,
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the
It was a CPR.
bachelorette party, and it's like that's
It was
in
just
my
at the
mind that made
station.
me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion,
Because
yes.
Bradel didn't want to
Did
ask him
you
shit. Gee,
stick
I
to the
wonder
plan
why.
to go meet him at the Common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the Common.
And you got there what time?
I was probably like 2:10.
Oh, yeah, they are.
And did you
They're-
wait
they're not
there
bringing
with
it in.
Kaden?
I did.
Prior bad acts.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can
So they
remember?
didn't allow it in.
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
The
Did
bachelorette party,
did
I
he ever
believe.
show up?
He never showed up.
What time, did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
Okay. And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you and you
To
were,
get coffee.
and you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting with Justin?
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at work.
To Michelle, you said that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not
Did
exactly
you,
what happened, but no, she didn't have to take the stand. She chose
Go
to.
home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that? So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's my
Road,
home.
single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
Okay. And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line?
Yes.
And when you came back from the common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
You walked around and you went to your door.
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Caden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom?
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you could,
Repeatedly, yep.
just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your
He's
state of
not
mind
gonna stay away
about
from
having
leaving.
mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle.
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there? Approximately.
Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to
Yes,
pick up
they
her own
did.
house a little
And
bit
she
for
wasn't
me.
breastfeeding.
Um,
That pissed me off too.
we were talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. Maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby, so I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
The idea of sitting around.
Leading.
I just didn't.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Objection, was sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and her 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious,
Inside, though.
How long was it after my mom left?
Not a
that
lot
the
of
police
security
came in?
inside, though.
I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Interesting.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Leading.
Yeah. Yes.
Still.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps
Yes,
on the clips from your house?
I mean, he's leading
Yes.
way too much.
And do you
She
have
should
any
remember
knowledge of the
this, if it's
accuracy of
true.
those timestamps?
At some point,
don't see
one
right
of the
here.
daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay,
So,
hour ahead.
all right, so in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, she wasn't breastfeeding, clearly.
Referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay, we can come back to it later. I do that all the time, that's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how
Way more sense
we
for a jury
became
trial.
like texting each other and
Me neither.
kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I never talk to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Well, doesn't mean you
Did you
know
think well of
someone
him?
just because you've had
Yes.
conversations.
And to your
That's-
knowledge, did he think
doesn't-
well of you?
I
And you
think
know
so.
them.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it.
Research,
it's
guys,
It's a
research.
call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Awful, awful.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and
He chose to
then
testify.
Officer Noonan came. It was like a pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in
Crazy
together.
swim fan Courtney.
And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No,
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
no.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday,
Houston, we
right?
got a problem
And
here.
what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston. Probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day, Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He was a work
He
friend
was a work
outside.
friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in how did that happen?
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right. When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in. And I
They
said,
always
okay.
do that. And you're
Then
trained
did you
officer,
turn
you
around
know when
and
you
you and
can,
Kaden walked back in the house and
when
they
people
followed you?
can come in.
Yes.
So what happened when
29.
the four of you, five of you, got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant
Well, they do
Daly
put the
asked
foot
me to put
she
Kaden
knows.
down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker. It does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something. Wasn't
At that moment,
Yeah.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
No,
She
I knew,
knows, and she's a
obviously, I knew
trained
something
officer.
was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Caden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying. And I was like, I'm going to hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm going to feed my baby and read it. So I picked Caden back up and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope. And that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you're
isn't
feeding
crying
him.
anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about
She
the situation?
knows whether she
I
can
said-
welcome them in or
I
not.
asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of?
They never
And they
bring the
didn't. And they
affidavit.
said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes,
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
This would have been better for a jury,
How'd
not
that
so
make you
much for a
feel?
judge.
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else
They
immediately
knew
happen?
the details. They just don't tell you that. They're allowed to lie.
I comprehended it.
Might be hard to hear, but you have to
I
remember
was
she's in her own
asked to
defense.
pack
So,
a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
You know,
Who asked you that?
it's
Lieutenant Daly said that the court the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes,
So you didn't take it upon
No
yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was, when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes,
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan.
doesn't
Yes,
shock
I
me.
knew-
Calls
so I
himself
know
Peter boy.
Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What
He
happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while," like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, et cetera, are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will?
Leading?
He's leading.
I'm just asking her what she's thinking.
No, that's not.
Are
You did not ask her what she was thinking. You're
What are you
leading.
thinking?
So it took, I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening. And there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2
A lot
weeks.
of it's rehearsed.
And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? Like, I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So my son.
Was he your dog or Justin's dog?
He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance,
But you
my
don't
dog,
pull a gun.
my
Most
house.
people don't.
And I knew
He was a
that was
trained
going to be my
officer.
job
It's not
too.
optional.
Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
It breaks my heart.
Did
I've
you
watched
say
this
anything
happen,
to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you
Don't
say?
pull
I told them that they were in the basement.
gun.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Again, not
I
rational.
wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
Oh,
When did you
I'm
make
sorry,
that
I'm just-
decision?
not
I made that
buying that part.
decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
I'm just not. I'm something that it just.
Where were your firearms?
It's
They were
too
upstairs.
rehearsed. If that
In
makes
the
sense to
green
me. I don't doubt she wanted
In
to
your
hurt herself,
bedroom?
but just
in my bedroom.
the way she says this makes me. My spidey senses go off. My spidey senses are tingling that something's not the truth here, or it was rehearsed this way
So
specifically,
you
and it's
went
not fully what was actually
upstairs,
happening at the time.
you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal
Yeah, I mean,
practice to put
That's
a
normal, but
plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on
yeah,
any
well, she's
call where
not.
there's any sort of argument, you separate.
I agree, Leah, to a
Now,
point, but this
you've
is
served restraining
extremely
orders, you
rigorous.
mentioned, right?
And I know we
Yes.
go over questioning,
Is there a
but
provision in those orders for
something doesn't
accessing
sit
property?
right with me about the way she's saying it.
I don't know about specific provisions.
Something was,
I can
My
tell
spidey
you
senses.
like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a
Maybe
provision
that's
or
it,
not
Panda.
though.
Okay, we'll move on from
you know,
there.
Okay.
if you go over
So
questioning, they do that, but
We're gonna go
something in my
upstairs.
spidey senses
Yes.
where it
And
was
you
like,
made that awful decision already?
to make this story
Yes.
fit. Yeah, well, she has to be coached. Your attorney always coaches you, but they're not supposed
What
to.
was
tell
your
you to
state of
change
mind
it.
about whether or not you wanted to involve
Your
any
testimony.
police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police
But
officers?
she knows that's not
These
going to
per-
happen.
Police officers in particular.
Like that's what doesn't bring
I,
right.
I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else
But
in
she
that.
knows they're not going to leave
I
her
know.
alone. She knows that.
I'll just-
Yeah, they're all coached. It has to be. They
Did you
have
go
to.
upstairs, back and
There's
forth a couple
limits
times, or did you just
for
go
the
up there
coaching.
once?
They're not allowed to tell them what exactly to
I
say.
think I went up I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
No.
Do you remember who
Training's
accompanied
muscle
you
memory, Benny.
each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Mine still
Is that
kicks
the
in, and I haven't
first
worked
time
in
or
a
the
prison in
second
years.
That was
It's
the
muscle
second
memory.
time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan?
Doesn't just go out the
visit?
window.
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
This is
That
just
happened upstairs.
Cradle already
So
said, so
I
she's gonna
was
repeat
first
it.
in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there
trained
first.
officer,
And I
like
put
her knows they're not going to just go away.
books
You know,
in a car seat because Justin's truck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one
my
of
youngest
them.
at
And I
31.
said, can you bring this downstairs? And
What was the, what happened after you said that?
I don't.
somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in
They
terms of
don't
what
leave
you
her alone.
testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
She knew they weren't going to go away, though. That's what doesn't ring right with me. She knew they were not just
Meaning,
going to leave her
what do you
alone
mean
and
make
go
them
away.
go away? Be
The
more
trained
specific.
officer
Like
just doesn't sit right.
What was the plan?
I knew if I
No,
pulled out my firearm in front of
not like
a
this.
police officer,
Like she's claiming.
I would get shot. That
You
was
did it
not
anyway.
my intention,
Ugh.
and that's not what I did. I
Why
was
didn't-
trying to
why
get them away from me, so that didn't happen.
I'm not buying.
So they weren't put
Right.
in that position because
I'm just.
I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes,
But you
that
did that.
somebody
though.
that you probably
She knew she would
feel
get shot.
threatened
yes.
from.
Absolutely.
So,
And she did it anyway. She pulled that weapon.
but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I
Oh, it's that
Would never do
I'm
that.
sorry, guys. I'm just not buying that.
even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I
I'm
think
sorry. It's my opinion.
my decision to do it to myself was selfish. To everybody who
Yes.
loves me. So I'll just
Yikes.
leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
She knew they
How
would not
many
leave her
different
alone.
times did you
She
try
knew.
to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs, it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
Well, they
At
talked
some
about that
point,
ahead
did you
of time.
go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
I'm
Which
not
room?
buying that part.
My bedroom.
Okay,
When
hold
you
on.
walk up
Hold on.
the stairs to the right.
Okay.
You're
So
aware of others in that
you
situation.
finished up in the other room and you go to your room.
I've been there in these situations. You're very
Tell us
aware.
the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked
Pleading,
that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
I'll show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No,
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston down the stairs.
Did he stay that way or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because,
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of
no,
steps?
I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
I suffer every day
How
with
did
my
that
dad
affect your
being
state of
gone.
mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
I'm just
What
not,
did you do?
I'm not buying that.
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah, there was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring to the
That's
record,
not-
there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like
Is that what you're talking about?
it looks like a shoebox. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Griff, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. That the top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it.
Same.
So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you. Ready to go, John?
Yes.
It was in the
What about the
box.
chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I would rock Aiden in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room. facing
Yeah, I would
you.
need to pivot like
Normal.
this to be right.
Agreed.
it
I
was
wouldn't remember
probably
where the chair
moved. My room
was.
is small.
These are things they pointed out, obviously,
And
while
to
talking.
get at your guns in
Before you-
there, you kind of have to
Try to
flip
nail
up
in
the
the
top of
points.
that chest.
Yes.
I don't believe that to be true.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to?
Like
you
I just-
made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it,
I don't know.
put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because
You
it's
can just
it's
say what you did.
horrible. But I put the gun up to my head,
But Noonan saw her take the 2
Which
steps,
hand?
so that doesn't make sense.
Did
my
you-
my right hand,
And where on your head did you put it? You can just describe it.
my temple.
I believe she pointed it at Noonan as well.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
It doesn't make, hers doesn't make, her
Not
story
yet.
doesn't make sense.
He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
Yeah, I'm not
What
buying that.
happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, "Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no." I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K and
She's not even admitting to tap racking
the
it,
word
which would have been muscle memory.
before I was shot.
What would that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in
Being
the chest?
shot. This is so not relevant.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
You wouldn't remember, like, what.
Do you recall what
backwards
happened
but
with
not
your
the direction.
firearm?
I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. I don't believe her
I
either.
got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
Couple of questions before we move on. At any point
Yep.
when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the?
Cushioned up to my head with it.
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
No, she's not admitting to tap racking
When
it, which is why
Noonan
I don't buy her story.
came
'cause that
into
would have been
your
muscle
view,
memory to tap
Where was
rack
the
it,
gun pointed?
The gun
It's
was
your
pointed
training.
at my temple.
to tap
At
and
any
rack it.
point, did you move the muzzle of that gun?
Also not buying it because
Towards
of that,
Noonan.
Shannon.
No, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No. Never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
Yeah, but usually you
What
take
did
your
you
word
know
as
about
advice,
Noonan's
Birkenstock,
kind
so
of
I
personal circumstances in your
don't doubt that he
time
told her to
getting
get
to
up
know
there.
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time and I was considered like a rookie. And like after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody
Agreed, Leah.
kind of knew it. And the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice. And he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him
Agreed.
in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life.
I don't
I
buy
never
that.
pointed the gun at a fellow police officer.
I don't buy that either.
It never happened.
When you went
I feel
onto the
bad for her.
ground,
But I don't believe that.
what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think he walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? Like it hurts, and then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused.
I'm not buying that either. I was confused on why I was shot. I pulled the gun, but I was confused.
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
No, a lot of these details she wouldn't have remembered.
You get shot.
Like the chair, I'm not buying
you get
that.
shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest.
Your mind is elsewhere, not on a chair.
After being shot, what was your, how did that affect your ability, I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain.
It was like a bee sting.
But it felt like my entire body
Pressure?
was burning.
And a bee sting burn. That's what it feels like.
Completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think
so.
Were.
I think. You don't know.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It does burn. It feels like a bee sting.
To happen?
At first, like burning.
What do you remember next?
The fire department
agree.
got there
Work and stuff.
fast.
No excuse to
It
not
got
have body
really
cams.
fast. They put me in like a bag,
Like a sack?
and like they were all tall guys.
It's not a sack.
And
They carry
I
it.
knew that
with
my
you on it
ceiling
to
you would
the-
bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down they
Down the
said,
stairs.
watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I
You're
was still in
shot.
my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put
And you said,
oxygen on
"Watch
my
your
face,
heads."
and
I don't.
I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened.
Said maybe.
I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you at any point before you got taken out of there. Did you hear Noonan saying anything about what
Right?
happened?
You
No.
too, girl.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in and I think he put like
I wish,
medical
Claire. That would be great.
gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying
Supervised,
attention
definitely.
to it. I was like trying to focus on
Yeah.
breathing because it felt like I was
Once you're
choking.
shot.
It felt like I was drowning.
You wouldn't really
So
be
they
worried
bring
about
you
what they're,
downstairs.
they'd be worried about.
At what point in the
Living.
trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I
what
said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably
where's
said
all the
that
hospital
when I was laying on the ground.
records?
Those
Where's
were the
records?
words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you?
They were working on getting a med flight. I had to
They didn't
get a
say she
blood
was pregnant?
transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtalny's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And it says, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smiertelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you, and I just like tapped him and like gestured. I felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working, and I think they had switched the tank or something or turn it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen.
Good attorney would use these firefighters and
and they had to
EMTs
fix it.
and hospital staff to bolster her testimony.
Was
Yet
that
none of
indicative
it
of
he
maybe
has.
some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments
I don't know.
because
It has not been brought up.
it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was
With
the
anything to bolster
length
that.
of time that
Anything.
you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And
Yes,
how many
rumors.
operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that the
Objection to the relevance.
It's not, it's used, it's not
just the
relevant.
circumstances, Your Honor, of
It's
what happened to
not
her?
relevant. Yep, no,
Yeah,
not
Maureen, please.
relevant.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I can't tell you about how she suffered with all of the surgeries that she had that you won't let me talk about because it's not relevant at all about her pulling the gun. So I'm going to need a moment to confer with crazy swim fan Courtney to see what other crazy questions about AI glasses we have. 1 second, Your Honor.
Let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right. Excuse me, a 10-minute recess.
I get chest pains from my heart issues. And sometimes because of the anxiety alone, it feels like a heart attack or a stroke. And the anxiety makes me feel like I can't fucking breathe. And I don't want to talk because I feel like I can't fucking breathe. It feels like an elephant is sitting on my chest. I also have asthma. It's only sports-induced asthma, but it's asthma nonetheless. And even with that, I don't want to talk because I can't fucking breathe. Like, again, it feels like an elephant is sitting on your chest. So if I can't breathe, I don't really want to talk. You know, that's, if you're talking, you're using oxygen, and you know that if you feel like you can't breathe, talking isn't really going to help, you know? But again, that's me. That's me. Aiden, of course, Aiden will say he did an amazing job. Aiden can't ever say that he didn't do an amazing job because then he has to come to the realization that this is his attorney. This is the clown show he's going to get, you know? I don't believe that she put the gun up to her head. I don't believe what she's saying about, oh, they went downstairs or they left. They don't leave. They never do. They don't leave you alone, especially in the circumstances where you've had mental health issues before. Like, they don't leave. They don't leave you in a room by yourself. She's a trained officer and she knew that. So when she says, I just wanted them to go and leave me alone so I could kill myself, I don't buy that either. Because even as a rookie, you went to several, quote, bad calls, right? Is what she said. She knows they're not just going to leave her alone by herself to kill herself, right? I fully believe she pulled that gun as a suicide by cop sort of deal, and not really knowing what she might do with it at that point. And then when it didn't fire, I mean, she completely leaves out that she tap racked it, and that would have been muscle memory, right? You fire it, nothing happens, your immediate training kicks in, and you're, you know, the magazine, you're tapping it, you're racking it again. Like, that's muscle memory of your training over and over and over. And she's not even admitting that she tap racked it, you know? Oh, I basically lived in a hospital and still to this day, oftentimes end up there for weeks with my daughter, you know? That was like a second home. Children's Hospital is like a second home to us, unfortunately, you know? Oh yeah, he definitely will in his Best Off Live. Me. He actually tweeted a little while ago, and YBE tweeted where he was, where is it? Let me see. I can go back to it. He was literally saying, Tim Bradle turned around and pointed at me after he was talking about that lady and her comments about the Karen Reed trial. He has a way of really making things about him that had literally not a single thing to do with him. It's quite fucking amazing to me. And I tweeted it. I said, he's so mad that the Young Jerks was mentioned in court and he was not. His jealousy always shines through. Everything has to be me with him. And so his tweet was, my lawyer, Tim Bradle, just smiled and pointed at me as the witness read a Facebook post she made alleging a cover-up in the murder of John O'Keefe, crediting independent media like myself for exposing that. I'm trying to make something about him that very clearly has nothing to do with them. And so YBE said, Aiden Kearney, hey, Adam Deach doesn't mention me in situations that have nothing to do with me. The failing Boston 25 doesn't mention me in situations that have nothing to do with me. My attorney mentions me in situations that have nothing to do with me. Strokes ego. And that's who he is. He has to make things about himself that are not, you know? Yeah, that it's an anxiety ridden feeling, not being able to breathe. When I get the chest pains from the myocarditis, among other heart issues that I have, the chest pains are not, they're not constant, and they're sporadic. So it might be here or here or here or here. It's in different places every time. But when I get them, I get anxiety, and the anxiety sort of goes with a pain that goes sort of up into my shoulder or sometimes in my arm. And that's like, those are things of a stroke that you would look out for, pain that would go up or down your arm, things like that. I mean, I've been tested EKGs a million times for that alone. And so I had to just get used to the fact that it's not a stroke, it's the myocarditis. And, but I'll tell you, it makes you panic. You're panic stricken because you're like, it's your heart, you know, like you're like, I'm fucking having a stroke, or I'm having a heart attack and I'm gonna fucking die. Like that's, your mind just automatically goes to like, what's happening to you, you know? I don't know. I mean, did she say that, or was that another like Ethel Machado thing, you know? There's too much details that she's claiming to know that she wouldn't know. I'm not. Right? What was your first meal? Do you remember it? So it's very, and yes, the lawyers prep you, but they're only allowed to do certain things. The lawyers are not allowed to be like, hey, Kelsey, you're going to say this, 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 and this. And then you're going to say this, 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 and this. And I have no doubt that Mr. Bradel probably does that because he's not an ethical attorney. But ethical attorneys are not allowed to do that. I had to be prepped as a witness by none other than the Mr. Kevin Reddington for a case that my ex had. And I was a witness in his case. And in that case, the cops were actually trying to screw him over and he didn't do anything wrong. And I remember being prepped by Kevin just asking me questions and me giving the answers and him being like, okay, that's great. Like, you remember this, this, and this? That's amazing. Like, most people don't remember, you know, smaller details like this and this. Did you remember this and this? And I'm like, no, not so much, right? So he just wanted to know what I remembered, what I didn't remember. He never asked me to change my testimony. He never told me what to say or what not to say, because that would be unethical, right? He's like, well, if you don't remember something, you don't remember something. Like, I ask you the questions and you answer them to the best of your knowledge. Don't guess. Tell them what you know. If you don't know, you just say you don't know, right? Like, just be honest and say you don't know. Don't try to guess. Don't think, like, just what you remember. And, you know, they explain to you, like, they're not allowed to tell you, like, well, you're going to say this and this, and you're going to remember this thing and this thing. I believe that's what Bradel did here. You're going to remember the chair being turned, and you're going to remember the box wasn't on top there. Like, a lot of this just, like, my spidey senses immediately went off. And I know for the people who love Kelsey, they're not going to like what I have to say, but I just don't believe she's telling the full truth. My grandmother had COPD, so I know what that's like. She used to have to sleep half sitting up, you know, because she couldn't breathe. That's horrible, Heather. I'm sorry. And that's the other thing. Aiden sort of making fun of Justin, putting, you know, drawing a mustache on himself. Like, again, Justin and his family don't really have much to do with this case. This case isn't about Justin and his family. This case is about, did she pull the gun on an officer, right? So going after Justin and the family isn't really going to do anything for anyone. It's going to harm him and his family. And again, you have Aiden giving relationship and marriage advice to people. You know, Justin's family members, his sisters and his brothers, and, oh, they're in their 20s and 30s and they're not married yet, blah, blah, blah. Sir, you're a serial cheater who's cheated on your fucking ex-wife a billion times, every girlfriend you've ever had. And the reason that you hate me is because you got caught cheating on 4 women at once. And I didn't lie for you. Like, bro, you shouldn't be giving any relationship advice to anyone, ever. You're fucking 45 years old. You can't stop talking about sex. You can't keep it in your pants 2 days a week, all right? You should not be giving any advice about relationships to fucking anyone on planet Earth, Aiden. And anybody taking him seriously in it and any of that and piling on to the Allegan family because of him, like, get your shit together, dude. That's not acceptable or okay. We as content creators need to take a little fucking responsibility, and this shit's not okay. You can't just allow this shit to go on and then say nothing about it and pretend it's not happening. I do not condone anybody going after family members of people or people they simply don't like in a case. Like, you don't have to like them. You can have an opinion on it. You don't need to go as far as delving into their personal life and posting pictures of them and calling them relentless names because the sewer turtle thinks it's funny. Because realistically, most people are just trying to get that little pat on the back he'll give you. Oh my God, that was so funny. Or he uses that name you made up on his show. I mean, it's fucking gross. We're grown adults, people. At what point do we go, you know what? That's a little over the fucking line, Like, come on. I'm just not, a lot of the things that she claims to have remembered, she wouldn't have, in my opinion. I think she did point that gun at Noonan. Prime a teen. Oh, good for you, girl. I need to be next. I mean, not that the vaping is, it's not good for me, but it's not making anything worse. But I need to be next. I need to be with you on the not vaping thing. I'm working on it. Both perceptions can be true, but it can't be that she was pointing the gun at him and she was pointing it at her head. Both of those perceptions cannot be true. So one of them is lying. And to me, it seems like Noonan, even to the neighbor turtle rider lady, recounted the exact same story that he did on the stand, which gives him credibility. She couldn't have been pointing the gun at her head and at him at the same time. So those both perceptions couldn't be true. One is right and one is not.
Okay.
In my opinion. Obviously, you guys are allowed to have your own opinions.
Ready for cross, right?
Cross. Ooh, this is gonna get spicy. Girl, that's how my grandmother was. She was okay until the point where she couldn't even step outside the house to walk 10 feet to the car because she just couldn't breathe, Well, phobias are a whole different animal, my friend. I have a friend who's an agoraphobic who does not want to leave the house, so maybe you should talk to her. She definitely could give you some tips or tricks, I feel like.
As your time as a police officer, domestic calls are the most dangerous.
Me too, girl.
Yeah, that could be true.
Could be true. They're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go
They need to up that volume.
thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure.
Ew, they're
Well,
gross, both of them.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
But you also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're gonna need to ask folks to.
That's who we call crazy, Courtney. She's a paralegal who was never a paralegal. She was a turtle rider that Bradle hired who had no experience in doing any paralegal work at all.
When you walk
And
into
also,
a
she's
domestic
actually crazy.
Whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a
Bingo.
mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police
Domestics
officer,
are volatile.
there's a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me there?
No, I
Yeah, you
do.
would.
I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is
No, but
key
domestic
to
violence, you would
being
have
a
even
police
more.
officer. So domestic, car accident, anything.
Is it
We go
domestic?
to
Is
work
it-
in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly,
We-
that's my point.
Yeah, we
And
have
so,
to.
when you go to a domestic call, we talk, or you
Way more heightened.
talk, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into
Riddle's an idiot.
a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep. The other officers. Yep.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe.
Disgusting mob
Yes.
mentality.
Police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children,
Yeah.
you want to keep them safe.
That lady's nuts. Her husband's okay,
So,
but she's.
And if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety,
Yes.
for your partner's safety,
Yes.
for the children's safety, for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near him, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
she's
Because at
there
any point,
supposedly.
Someone can grab a weapon,
She's an idiot.
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained in that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do, that's what you're supposed to do, and that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do. Yes.
Right, okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, right? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years.
Oh, no.
I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is a special weapons tactical team. You know that.
Yeah, that's
I
real
know
journalism.
that. I don't know
being
exactly what they're
sitting in a hotel room in a La
You
Quinta.
understand that they respond.
Welcome to La Twisted.
Highly volatile situations that are dangerous.
La
Yes.
Twisted Hotel.
If there is a weapon involved, someone's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah,
correct?
they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations, true?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents, true?
Every call is very different.
And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens. Right?
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
they get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
Right? And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team, you know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
Okay. You knew he started in Andover, that's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence.
Sure, there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
Okay. They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that.
Okay.
So yes.
So, yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct.
Yes.
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
Okay. And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes,
He
yes,
was a gentleman about it. Right?
yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning, that's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the common and the police involvement. Those were
Well, the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they're concerned of you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday,
Somebody told them that.
on the Monday, well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Okay. On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine.
I'm used to being alone, but I don't love
he was
it.
4 months old, and it was
Yeah.
14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you
I'm
that.
Jesse grabbing it for you,
I
LT.
grant
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True.
Yeah.
Okay?
Sure.
No,
But I'm sure
stop
that's
it.
devastating to you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No. Right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes,
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get taken.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police for the police to give Caden to
Okay,
Justin.
well, you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, have you ever actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave, you don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after the
Sure.
fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, well, we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport it.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not in evidence and not proven.
Don't have to be an evidence, it's a fact of
Suggested as if
life.
Gospel, which might mislead the witness.
No,
So,
stop it.
overruled,
That's a stretch.
but, Mr. Gubitosi, you can just allow Ms.
Such a
Fitzsimmons
stretch.
to complete her answer, and I just, like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
Of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes.
No,
I've never
not if they're not called ahead of
personally
time. No.
Had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah.
Did she say
that's
12
my-
weeks when the duty belt
So
didn't
20
clip?
weeks, and he was.
Most
so
people
you
don't even
did-
know until they're like
How
8
many,
weeks.
how many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So were you actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice, was stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right?
Okay, she said 20. I thought she said 12.
You asked to do that and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
Are you talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay, and she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
She's your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard it.
No.
Thanks, guys. I thought you said 12.
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is.
Well, you knew he was getting the child, correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Caden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
I agree.
It
It was not around in the chain.
correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because
And when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand. You're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
Two hands extended.
most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with 2 hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday. Yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things. About your life unraveling, true?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like, this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those
And to
things
stop
going,
those
and
things
it's
from
all
going,
good,
you
but
point a gun at the officer. Come on.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
And the defense, you can call your next witness. Okay. Aside
just
from what?
Not buying some of her
Okay.
story.
All right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No, it's a sidebar. We're doing a sidebar right now. I knew it was like a wire or something holding the wires down, that yellow thing. Guess I was right. Cable patch. It's called a damn cable patch. Oh, look, a cultist said something on Twitter to me. Oh no, what shall I do? I can't. I can't. Whatever shall I do? I find it funny when these people comment and they have like 12 followers, and then you go into the replies and it's all defending Aiden. Like, bro, when you use fake sock accounts or when you send people to use fake sock accounts and all the replies are simply defending Aiden, like, it's not rocket science to figure out who the fuck it is. All right. Like, come on, Aiden, do better, bud. You stage 5 clinger, you. I'm gonna need a whistle. You guys remember back in the 70s when there was a lot of like serial killers and like that stuff? There was a lot of break-ins and rapes, and then they wanted women to carry whistles to blow the whistle if someone was like trying to sexually assault you, and they used to call it the rape whistle. I need a stage 5 clinger whistle, okay? I need a goddamn pink stage 5 clinger whistle for Aiden. You know? Yeah, I mean, usually if they come with the guns drawn, that's when you keep your hands on the wheel. But it is, it gets you nervous. Like, well, if I can't move around in the car, am I going to get shot if I take my hands off the wheel, Yeah, she never forgets anything and is Rain Man, I guess. Yeah, I heard there was going to be a view. I don't know if they like annexed that, but I'm assuming what they're going to try to do is wrap the case up and then do the view last so that it doesn't sort of cut into what we're watching or, the public trial portion of it. I think you'll see by tomorrow, you'll see an answer to this verdict watch on that. I can't. But yes, I agree with you. Also, I'll take this time to remind everyone and read this donation earlier that came in, which I appreciate very much. This one's from Heather. Thank you, Heather. She said, "Thank you all for being kind. I'm able to disseminate bullshit and believe everyone has an opinion. Your channel is very calming, unlike the others. Again, I found my tribe." And she sends $15. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate you. And I'm glad that you found a space where you feel comfortable and you don't feel like, God, you can't. This is what I love about my community, as mighty as it is, as small as it is that no one feels like they're asking a stupid question, because again, there is no stupid questions. If you go over to Aiden's channel and you ask a question about something he doesn't like, or you have any, sort of kind things to say that don't align with what he thinks, and it's said in a respectful manner, he tells everybody they're going to die in a hole. The other day, he told somebody who was going to bury their mother in the hole with him. So, I mean, I do take pride on having a channel where people can collectively come and ask questions that aren't stupid, because just because you don't know the answer, just because 50 people might know the answer and you don't, does not make it a stupid question. No such thing as a stupid question here on my channel, because that means that you're inquisitive and you want to know the answer.
A couple of things that we discussed.
I love that.
First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue.
Have to do the view.
We're gonna, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have them view the location. Number 1. Number 2, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule as to definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr. Brado? Okay. All right. Okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
All right.
Sorry, I'm muted. Fuck. I said that one. Again, thank you to Heather. And that one came from an Untwisted chat, which is pinned to the top of the chat. Takes any credit or debit card. You don't have to have PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, just any credit or debit card. And it's secure. It does go to my PayPal, so it shows up like it's PayPal, but you don't have to have PayPal to do it. It takes any debit or credit card. And I love reading the chats, the Untwisted chat donations, because they're always uplifting or talking about how comfortable they are in the community. And it's important to me that people are comfortable in community and that they don't feel this sort of pressure to go along with what everyone else says. Like they have their own opinions on who, what, when, where, why, and how, and that they're not told to go die in a hole, you know, and they're not told it has to be $5 or it's not worth reading, you know, all that sort of, just gross behavior, in my opinion. I don't think it'll take long for the judge to decide. I agree. So in a second, I'm going to have to go take a conspiracy pee because I do have to pee. But in the meantime, I will remind everybody how to support the channel. You can get yourself a membership. You can gift memberships. You can do super chats and super stickers, or the most direct routes to the channel, which we definitely appreciate, which are the Cash Apps and the Venmos and the PayPals. We have our wish lists. They're in the description. We have Chime, Revolut for those of you out of country, and our Untwisted chats, which are also in the description of the video and pinned to the top of the chat. While I am taking conspiracy pee, I would like to see in the comments from all of you your diary entries if you were the sewer turtle today, because he has made it about himself now. Mr. Bradle looked at me and pointed as he talked about the Karen Reed case and how independent media, like I need to know. He's so mad that Mike's name was said and it wasn't his. He's so fucking mad. I want to see your diary entries in the chat, the live chat when I get back. So give me about 3 minutes to go take my conspiracy pee and I will be right back. My God, that would be hilarious. Get a turtle sound. I love it. Get a turtle sound. I mean, this specific turtle, I feel like, once again, this specific turtle really sounds more like this. I feel like he sounds like that. You know, it's just very, very clownish. Just saying. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just freaking saying. Sorry. All right, back to this. No, now the judge gave them an hour. Well, the defense an hour to figure out if they're going to do this, this view or not. You know. So, I mean, sounds like the defense doesn't really know if they still want to do a view or not of the old house. I don't really understand how he thinks that's going to help him, but you know. Oh my God, Pat. Autocorrect, don't you love it? Sometimes my autocorrect, and I am guessing that because maybe my phone, a lot of phone companies, and what you guys don't realize is, and my friend worked for a phone company for a long time, and this is how I know, is a lot of phone companies, when you get a quote, new phone from them in their store, it's not actually a new phone. What it is it's a refurbished phone that was broken, that they refurbished and then repackaged like it was new. So my phone was refurbished, and I could tell because they forgot to take some things off of it when I got it. Nonetheless, most companies do that nowadays. And so what I believe happens with my phone sometimes is when I'm writing something, a lot of times it will revert back to a different word or a misspelling of a word that I already spelled correctly. And I think what it is it has saved in it the word that someone was already using in the phone before I got it. And it, like, you know, it saves those. And so, like, when it autocorrects, it doesn't just autocorrect to, like, dictionary stuff. It autocorrects to something that had been used in it previously. And so some words are a lot of misspellings all the time. And so half the time it'll revert to something that I spelled right. And then I'm like, oh, well, you know, I'm not going back to fix that. Like, I don't know why it changed what I had an E to an A, but whatever. I'm not writing a fucking dissertation to my college professor. I'm writing on the goddamn interfucking-webs. Like, I don't give a shit that much. Like, but I feel like we should get a turtle sound, right? I got to get a good turtle sound. You know what would be good? If we got, what is it, Yertle the turtle? Is that what's the one for Looney Tunes? That turtle. He's a sneaky, creepy, scammy turtle. Let's see if we can find it. The scammer turtle. The hell is his name? I forget what the fuck. Someone must know. Cecil! His name was Cecil. It's Cecil. Cecil. Cecil the scammer, aka Aiden. See, that's the sad part, is I feel like they need to, right? Like, why? Why not engage? Isn't that the whole point of live streaming and not just doing long form videos? I feel like that's the whole fucking point, isn't it? I know I'm gonna get a strike for this later, but I don't give a shit because Cecil the turtle is funny. Vehicle? Cecil is subject. No, Cecil. Fucking computer. Like, come on, man. He scams Bugs Bunny. You know? And everyone else. Let's see. I can find the clip. Where is it? Is this the one? I think it is. Why is it not playing the audio though? Hello, audio, maybe? Possibly. Is it just me? It's not playing it. That's the question. Yeah, I feel like it is. Just me. So let me try this again. Yep, I'm not connected. Son of a bitch. Son of a biznitch. Come on, computer. Connect to the headphones. Please. Took it out, so I might have to put it back in its case and then take it back out again, which is really fucking obnoxious. When I go too far away, it does that. There it is. Let's see. Here we go. Cecil the turtle. It's not playing. Why is it disconnecting? It's like reconnecting and then disconnecting. Like, why? Why are we doing that? There we go. I feel like, all right, we'll take this off. I feel like this is like when the government finally catches up to fucking Aiden, you know, all the people he scammed, all the people who get out of the cult. Okay. I think all the people that get out of Aiden's cult, I feel like are Bugs Bunny, right? And Porky in this scenario. Oops, in this scenario. Look at this turtle, this scammy ass motherfucking turtle. All right. I know. I literally could not have picked a better episode. First of all, I'm a cartoon connoisseur. All right. I love my cartoons. So yes, I'm a child like that. But this, you know, Cecil blackmails Bugs. He blackmails him. Like, that's what he does. He blackmails Bugs in kind of the same way that, you know, Aiden likes to blackmail women or people he doesn't want telling the truth about him that he's tried a million times over. It kind of looks something like this, actually. It's on wish list a little, doesn't it? I mean, from an angle, it kind of looks like Aiden's Amazon wish list. You know, that's what it looks like. He could probably pay for it himself, but, you know, since he stage 5 clinger stalks people like me, he thought it would be a better idea to make his audience pay for everything instead of paying for it himself. What they don't realize is he just put $200,000 down on a house. But I mean, meh, what's a little grocery, says Cecil. I mean, to be fair, most of us actually do buy groceries with our donations. We don't put $200,000 down on a house and then tell everyone we need $400,000, which, by the way, I checked yesterday. Guess what, guys? Guess what? He has now upped it to $500,000 for his legal defense fund. As Aiden pretends to be on his one of many phones with the shell guy. Guys, you know what just happened and I can't even believe it? I crashed my car. I'm gonna need expenses to fix this Lexus.
Have to make a brand new custom shell?
A custom Couchetta? No. This is real time, Aiden. He's in La Quinta with Ethel Machado right now. Later on, he's gonna write in his diary of a wimpy sewer turtle about how he won the day. Tim Bradle pointed at him. That is a win, okay? And he's not going to cry about how Mike was mentioned at all because he doesn't care. Not even a little bit. Nope. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't. That's like the episode of episodes when it comes to this fucking scammer of a turtle, man. All right. I don't know how there's another way to explain in the way that he acts. That's it. Like that's it. Shut up. He isn't. Oh, how embarrassing. I mean, you have to be really, really fucking delusional to think that Tim Bradle is a good attorney. I'm sorry, but no. Said no one. Let's see how Kelsey feels about that after this trial is over, shall we? Okay? Because I can't imagine that she's going to think great things about Mr. Bradle when this is over. I think he flustered and he fumbled and he really brought in a bunch of really random shit that had absolutely nothing to do with anything at all. And imagine he's going to call it a win somehow, though. You guys know that, right? He's going to be like, actually, Tim Bradle won because he did it on purpose. He was ineffective assistance to counsel on purpose so that later on, if she did lose, she could file an appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel. So Bradle totally did it on purpose, guys. He was contemplating it being guilty, and this is why he did all these things. Like, you can bet your ass it's going to sound something like that, some way to spin it, some possible way to spin it when she ultimately loses, because I just don't think it's going to go well. I can't imagine how it could at this point. You brought in a quote whistleblower. I mean, you all saw how that went. I mean, again, I don't think that that went well. All right. I just simply do not, especially once she was crossed.
Go to the station.
Back in August of 2020.
Let's see.
Bring to light through extensive research.
Okay, so this is where she's like reading her own, and I think this is where they done fumbled it. This is where she's reading her own post and comments online about how she's basically going to get North Andover because they're just like Canton PD. She says. And then they ask her, do you have some sort of stake in this? And she's like, no, never. Why say we then? It's all Mike's fault. It's Meredith's fault. That's what Aiden's going to say. It's Mike's fault and Meredith's fault. I mean, again, Bradle's a fucking buffoon, in my humble opinion, and he's unprepared, and I don't see how any of the irrelevant shit that he randomly brings up is going to help her any. As a matter of fact, some of it very well may hurt her case.
You can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like.
All right, hold on. This is the first one. I'm going to skim to the second one. She does.
Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have.
Okay.
Exhibit F, so marked.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what
August
you said?
14th.
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have.
So she makes that comment just a few days after she supposedly has this conversation with Noonan outside as his neighbor, right? The problem with that is you're talking about a cover up and a setup when Noonan told you what happened, right? So where do you get the idea in your brain after he told you what happened, right? Pulled the gun, fired it, right? It didn't go off. And so he had no choice but to shoot her. So where in all of that do you get the narrative now that it's a cover up, that it's not right? Where would you get that? Oh, watching YouTube, right? Her opinion based on just the conversation wouldn't have magically have been that there was a cover up, that there was, because Noonan then testified in this case to exactly what she just said he said to her. Interesting, isn't it? Just saying. Right? She reads off this paper now. Man.
Just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen retrial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up?
Yes.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know. Is that what it says in there? forget.
She looks
what
very
it
nervous.
says in there.
Is that what it said? Oh God, is that what it said? The credibility is gone for me at that point.
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And
That's what you said.
tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you
Correct.
mentioned Norfolk,
Newsflash,
Mass
Turtle
State
Boy
Police,
doesn't do
and the
research,
Canton
lady.
Police,
I did.
correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a couple.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more
The
eyes on
cops aren't
things
the
now.
judicial
Okay,
system
I'm
of the
gonna
court.
show you something else. I'm sorry.
Just saying. It's awry.
Let's have that marked when, on your way up. Thanks.
Hold on. Can someone actually tell me why Crazy Courtney is over the shoulder of Tim Bradle as if she is the attorney that's going to get up there and argue this? She's a paralegal. She doesn't need to be over his shoulder reading this as if they're a seasoned, like, couple or something, or as if she's co-counsel. All she needs to do is take it from him when he hands it to her and put it in a fucking file. I'm like completely flabbergasted right now why Crazy Courtney is leaning over Bradle's shoulder like, interesting. Like, calm down, Inspector Gadget. There's nothing super there. First of all. Secondly, if you vetted, the judge asked you if you vetted these whistleblowers. If you vetted them, did you? Mr. Bradle says yes. Well, if you vetted them, Mr. Bradle, this is stuff you would have done research on before you put them on the fucking stand, you clown. Assault with a dangerous weapon or deadly weapon. So it's a felony. It carries a maximum of 5 years. Like, why is Crazy Courtney over his shoulders if he doesn't know how to lawyer? I'm just wondering. Just wondering. It's weird.
Exhibit G, Lamar.
He has co-counsel.
Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
Okay? So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page and see if you made a comment to that?
Oh my God, yes.
Yep. I
A
sure
little
did.
bit, right?
Can you read the first
Sure did.
page? How about it?
The first, the post itself?
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If
want
you
me to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Why would you make that comment after talking to the guy? Weird. Whoa, lady, put your boobs away.
You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
That is a very low cut. Like, for a second there, I almost thought her breast was like half hanging out there. Because all I could see was her chest.
The defendant calls Laura Paige.
It's not normal to see a paralegal doing all the things we see Courtney doing. Not in this state, it's not. Paralegals don't usually sit at the desk with counsel in a trial. They usually sit behind counsel, not at the table with counsel. There are quite a few things that, like, again, this is during a trial. This isn't them in the office, which would be normal. This isn't them, you know, doing a arraignment. This is during a trial. The paralegal being over your shoulder.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this
No,
cause now and hearing shall
I
be the
disagree.
truth, the whole
That's
truth,
not normal.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not during a trial,
Good
it's
morning. You
not.
can have a seat right there. You can pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
This was Kelsey's
Good
mom.
morning.
And honestly, I really don't know what she brought to the table in this at all. I don't really think she brought anything that was going to help Kelsey. And I don't really think she brought anything that was going to hurt Kelsey either. So I don't really know why the defense called her. Then again, I don't really know why the defense called the last witness, who in the beginning of her testimony, while Bradel is asking her, completely confirms what Noonan already said on the stand happened, which just lends credibility to Noonan's version of events. And this is a defense witness. I mean, Maureen, everyone.
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which is
is a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's.
Yeah,
name.
Bradel's not
I've
too
spoken,
smart.
just in passing.
Not too smart.
The dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just that, I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And
I don't know why that just doubled
he's
up.
like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department?
Yeah, I disagree.
As far as, the shooting.
That's not something you see a lot here.
The cop being shot.
I can't talk about, other states.
And he first said, what do you mean? And
But
I said,
you don't usually
that
see a
press
paralegal
conference-
sitting at
press conference that
counsel's
was given
table
made
during
no
a trial.
sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
Especially criminal
I'm
trials.
the shooter?
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Behind,
Right.
that
And
makes
then what
sense. Not at the table.
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
Now, she says this to him, right? Like, oh God, I feel so bad. He had to discharge his weapon on a colleague. And she says, this to him. She says, right? This is what she claims. She said this to him. But let's be honest, if you actually felt that way, you wouldn't then be making posts sort of claiming the opposite, would you? And she made them before and after. So again, it's that sort of credibility thing here where it's like, to me, it just seemed like you want to be involved. And using the same verbiage as the Karen Reed case, when you were highly invested in that case, admittedly on stand, gives me pause that you would use the same phrase, whack job. Because of course we know that Noonan says, no, he never said that. But as he also said, she tried to kill him. So even if afterwards he was like, she's a fucking crazy bitch. I don't understand where Bradel thought this was going to be some sort of like slam dunk or help in any way, shape, or form. Calling her crazy, insane, whack job, a bitch, any of those things after someone shoots at you to try to kill you, I think is justified. So once again, a judge, this is not a jury trial where you're trying to convince a few people on the jury to acquit and then have them convince other people, or having a few people try to not agree and do a mistrial. Like, you're not doing that. No, they don't always sit at the table. Not here in Massachusetts. I can't speak for other states. I have no idea what they do in other states. But did you see Karen Reed's paralegal sitting at the table? You know what I mean? Like, they usually sit behind and he had to get permission, by the way, for that from the judge. Bradel had to ask for permission to allow his paralegal to sit at the table, because that isn't normally something that happens. If it was just a normal thing that happened every day here in Massachusetts, he wouldn't need permission for that, right? He had to ask special permission to the judge to allow his paralegal to sit at the table. There was one court that he asked permission for Courtney to sit at the table, and they said no, and they made her sit in the audience. So, you know, it's not a normal thing in Massachusetts, in my opinion, for them to be sitting at the table. I cannot speak on other states. I can't speak on what another state does or doesn't do, or what's standard for another state. But here in Massachusetts, that is not something that you see all the time. That's why he had to ask permission from the judge to have her sit there. It's weird. It's weird. Nonetheless, I don't know how Bradel thought this was going to help him. And you can see sort of from, but I also, in some aspects, seem like the prosecution left a lot of shit on the table they could have asked. They left a lot of objections out they could have objected to. There was a lot of leading, and they objected a little to that. There was a lot of, yesterday, Tim Bradel sort of testifying for the witnesses instead of asking questions. He was like, this happened, didn't it? That's not a question. That's testifying for them. It's exactly what usually happens. It's usually licensed attorneys or co-counsel, co-counsel, like, you know. Yeah, but that usually happens when you sit behind counsel. They don't usually sit at the desk. Maybe you do, but that's not something that happens all the time. Like, that is not something that you're going to go into a court and see every day, is a paralegal sitting at the table with the criminal defense attorneys. It's just not. There's a reason why Bradel had to get permission from the judge. And in one instance, the judge said no. It was one of Aiden's hearings. And he asked the judge if Courtney could sit at the table with him. And the judge said, nope, no, we're not going to allow her to sit at the table. She's a paralegal, not a licensed attorney. She's got to sit back here. So maybe you do, and he gets permission, or she, whatever lawyer you work for, but that is not standard for paralegals to be sitting at the table all the time. You're not going to see every lawyer bring their paralegal, or even 50% of lawyers bring their paralegal to the table. They have to get permission. And that's not, it's a little bit different in civil cases or criminal. That's not something you're just going to see all the time. It's just not. It's weird. It's fucking weird. A lawyer can collect his own discovery. He can bind it up himself. And if you've never seen some of the other attorneys, that's why he has co-counsel, right? Like, the co-counsel is supposed to help out with that shit. Why am I disagreeing with you? Because it's your job. It can be your job. I'm still going to disagree with you, because that's not something that I see every single day in court. I spent plenty of time sitting in that courtroom, many years sitting in that courtroom, and that is not something you see all the time. So I'm being told by a friend who's an attorney right now that their paralegal is not allowed to sit at the table with them. They have to sit behind them. They're not permitted at counsel table, period. So, I mean, again, this is a licensed attorney who just texted me to tell me that. So again, it's not something you see every single day. You have to get permission. If it were something you saw every day and it was fine all the time, the lawyers wouldn't need special permission to do it. I've sat in on many a trial. I worked in this system, so it's not something you see all the time. Maybe your attorney asks for permission for you, and maybe you do more civil stuff than you do criminal. But in criminal cases, this is not something you see all the time, as a paralegal sitting right there at the table. They normally sit behind. Right. They do not just sit at the table all the time. It's not standard procedure. It's not all the time. It's a rare occurrence. That's why they have to get permission, because they're not just allowed to sit at the table without permission. So back to what this lady said, right? She just lays out exactly what Noonan already testified to. So I don't really know what Bradel thought he was getting from her, because all this woman did is kind of not give herself a ton of credibility and at the same time lend credibility to what Noonan already testified to happened.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
Did he use any
he said
certain
that,
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her? What did he call her?
What did he call her?
Mhm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get
It's not a normal occurrence. It's not that I didn't see it. It's not a normal occurrence.
And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And
Doesn't make any sense.
I
He says.
asked,
Says the lady who's not a cop, right? Doesn't make any sense. Lady, it makes perfect sense. She shot it. It clicked. No bullet came out. You don't give someone a second chance to shoot you.
they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And,
They don't bring you to the station.
Why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them?
She got a court order from a
And he
judge.
said,
They can't do
"This is a
that.
fucking whack job." I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
And he said that she's an effing whack job.
so was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services?
That's
go to
my
the
point,
house?
is it's
Yeah.
not normal,
And
not standard for a paralegal to sit there. They have to get special
Listen,
permission. Just because you did it, just because people do it once in a while, that is my point, is it's not normal. It's not something you see every day, all the time.
Sorry.
It's rare.
So not what was said so much, but
Okay.
did you
You don't have to
engage
agree with me.
back
That's
with him
okay.
about
You can
the,
disagree, but
let's say the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mike, how did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you?
Well, you
did
are.
this?
Objection relevance.
After the conversation that we had, I was shocked by it.
sus, as the kids say. Sus. Sus. Oh, well, that's what I mean. Like, just the first of all, the use of the word whack job, it gives me a pause, to say the least. Then to hear her comments before and after, supposedly speaking to Noonan, her recounting what he said happened. Okay, well, all that does is lend credibility to what he said happened. The judge isn't going to give a shit one way or another whether he called her a whack job. Do you think the judge would have called someone a whack job who tried to shoot him? You have to remember that. Like the judge is going to, in his mind, take into consideration, what does him calling her a whack job have anything to do with whether Kelsey is guilty or not guilty? It doesn't. It has absolutely no bearing whatsoever. It was an epic waste of time. And really, it just showed, in my opinion, Bradel's really bad choices in ethics. And if Aiden is actually right now saying how amazing his attorney is, then that leads me to believe that someone might need to like section 12 his ass, that he is completely fucking delusional at this point. But then again, isn't him and Ethel Machado sitting at La Quinta? Didn't Jess say La Quinta is the best, most amazing hotel she's ever been to? Like, lady, if La Quinta, and I'm a poor person, okay, but if La Quinta is the best hotel you've been to, I feel sad for you, Ethel Machado, okay? So apparently, I don't know if it's just Ethel Machado or if it's Ethel Machado and the sewer turtle at La Quinta, but welcome to a lot Untwisted, right? Apparently my hotel is much fancier, right? And thanks to Marcia, we have a new sign for the coffee bar. And I do love, by the way, that the lights go up and down on it. So my other one, the one that says do epic shit that I've had for a while, I can't even put in the background because you guys can't see it because it's so bright. But turned down, you can actually see this one, although it's going to be going behind my coffee bar. So, you know, when I get a new Keurig. But it gets brighter and 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 brighter. And then goes me back to dude, where's my car? That's what it reminds me of when I say brighter and brighter. Oh, you can't. Yeah, that's exactly. She brought nothing. And I don't really think Kelsey's mother brought anything either. So I don't know what Bradel's legal strategy here was, except to browbeat the judge into feeling bad. The problem with that is a judge cannot just go based on feelings. You didn't ask for a jury trial, sir. You asked for a bench trial, which is why I said, wow, asking for a fucking bench trial is a huge mistake. You guys heard me say that from before he asked for it. Remember I said if he asked for a fucking bench trial, he's an idiot. Then he asked for a bench trial. So I stand by my opinion that unless Mr. Bradel and this judge have some sort of like dealsies behind closed doors we don't know about and a secret fucking handshake, a bench trial was a bad idea because the judge can't go based on emotion like a jury can. A judge has to go by the evidence presented, and what most people don't understand, which is I've seen a lot of people be like, well, it's a he said, she said. It's a this and it's a that. And there's no evidence. Yeah, see, the problem with that is witness testimony is evidence in a case. And a lot of people don't understand this. When you have a witness who is there on the stand and they testify, that is considered evidence in a trial. We also have the guy who has her gun. They forensically looked at her gun, right? Firing pin, all that shows that she did pull the trigger. I do not believe some of the things that she described in that scenario. Some of those things are not things, in my opinion, that you would remember if you're telling me that you're, you want to hurt yourself, you are getting all these things together and you're just throwing baby stuff and you want them to, you're a trained officer, they're not going to just leave you in a room by yourself. You know that. You fully are aware of that. So there is no like, take this and leave. They're not going to leave you in a room by yourself. The idea that one of them left her in that room and then she put the gun to her head and then he shot her, there's something about my spidey senses that are like, nope, something ain't right here. Now, when you pull the gun and you raise it to get it to your head, the second you raise it, before it gets to your head, they don't have to wait to see what you're going to fucking do with it, right? It's not their job to wait to see whether you're going to point it at them, point it up at the ceiling. Like, that's not, you're holding a deadly weapon. And I don't think having her testify helped because, as she said, I knew pulling a gun would get me shot, yet she pulled the gun. I just don't see how a judge could find her not guilty. This is why I said a jury. She would have had a better chance with the jury. Kelsey deserved an equal chance. She deserved a chance at this case, just like anyone else. And in my heart, I know that this is ineffective counsel, and I really hope that she appeals based on ineffective counsel, but I wish that she could have recognized that before she got Bradel in there. I really wish she could have recognized that he was not a good attorney, and maybe it was the hype of other people in her ear being like, oh, he's Turtle Boy's attorney, he's got to be a good attorney, people like him, he's good, blah, blah, blah. Like, never do that. Never go with what the hype is. You go with whether what your lawyer is doing is effective or not effective, right? He was completely ineffective and unprepared in one of the very first hearings. And it didn't get better after that. I would have fired him, and it makes my heart hurt because I feel like had he done his job properly and been properly prepared, he could have gotten a jury trial. They might have done something based on emotion, based on the circumstances of anything and everything that happened here. And had he done his job properly, he would have gotten people from the hospital or the med flight or the EMTs to testify that she was saying the things that you have her on the stand saying. You need something bolstering that. She's saying she said it to everyone and anyone. Well, if you're going to have her say that, or she's going to say that, you might want to find some documentation or other people who can back that up. No? Yeah? No? Wouldn't that be called prepping for a fucking trial? I mean, to me, it's like, it's so frustrating because I wish she had listened to at least to you, Heather, I guess, I don't know which La Quinta they're at. They just said La Quinta. I started dying laughing when someone told me I said La Quinta. La Untwisted. La Untwisted, goddammit. Hilton's nice, right? Hilton's nice. Hilton's a nice hotel. I haven't been in a hotel in a long time, considering Aiden says I live in one. Apparently, again, La Untwisted Hotel, y'all. But whatever. If, and that's a big if, Jolie said she pulled the gun to shoot herself, she knew she had less than seconds to get the gun, put it to her head, and get a shot off. I called BS. I do think she's guilty of pulling that weapon on Noonan. That is my opinion. Now, do I think that deserves losing your child forever? No. Do I think that she shouldn't at least have supervised visits? Of course. I just don't think this trial is also going to help her, right? I think all of the stuff in this trial is going to really harm her case in family court. Family court runs like fucking kangaroo court. Let's be honest here. And there's not a good chance that she's going to get anything but maybe supervised visits. Maybe. So I think this isn't helping her really to try to cop a deal with time served or a short ankle bracelet or something and avoid this, or she should have had a better attorney and went with a fucking jury, to me, it just, there's a lot of like, this whole situation sucks. And really for the baby is the person that loses out the most, right? It's the child that gets hurt in all of this. And she's already going to have to do family court. And I don't think Bradel was effective in this criminal. So I think that's going to be used against her in the family court, which sucks. Because even with postpartum depression, taking a mother's baby is a horrible thing. But if there is a safety issue like this, where she might harm herself or the baby, which clearly she had intent at some point to harm herself, then, you have to take that into consideration. Now, postpartum depression is no fucking joke, but it does get better, right? And those symptoms subside, and she does deserve to have a relationship with her son. And having postpartum depression, taking a child's baby permanently this whole entire time, that's not going to bode well for someone's mental health. I think they could have at least given supervised visitation in a visitation center at the very least, but I know there was a lot of back and forth with the family court about dangerousness and, all that rigmarole, which sucks. But I don't think Bradel helped her any in her other case, with any of this, to be honest. Sucks. Oh, I think you're right, Heather. I think you're right. Heather said, honestly, I gave the story to someone I thought would take it regarding more so probate aspect. They took it and ran to idiot YouTubers. I think they did more harm than good. We have to remember, right? And I can't speak for all YouTubers. I can only speak for myself. So I see a lot of it on Twitter, and it hurts my heart. I'm watching people go, oh, YouTubers, all the begging, all the, this and that, and all of them are harmful and horrible, and I'm like, you can't put us all in a box because the Sewer Turtle and his crew are bad and shitty. You can't just throw every creator in that box. We're not all shitty. We're not all bad people. Some of us actually do give a fuck. Some of us do have experience in some of this stuff, right? Not everyone has bad intentions, right? I could just say what's popular if I wanted, and my super chats would be going off like crazy if I did that. I'd be reading 15 donations right now from PayPal or Cash App or Venmo if I just said what was popular. That's what would happen, right? But I have boundaries, personal ones, where I'm not just going to say what's fucking popular for the extra dollar. I'm not going to do it. It's not right. It only does more harm than good, and it spreads misinformation. When you spread misinformation, other people then spread it, and so on and so forth. In cases like this and other ones, it can hurt the fucking cases. I want to know why a lot of these people haven't picked up a case that I think is important, that was just brought to my attention, that I didn't really know much about before this. And credit to Diana for bringing it to my attention. But the Justin Root case, I knew a little bit about it, but I did not know the details of the 31 shots at him as he's on the ground. I had no idea. Had I known that, I probably would have picked this up a lot sooner, because that's the kind of stuff that we need to start saying, hold the fuck on, what's happening here, right? That's the kind of stuff that we should have eyes and ears on. That's the kind of stuff that we should be reporting on and saying, hold on, someone needs to be held accountable here. That's not okay. And I think YouTubers can do good if they have good intention. The problem is, if the wrong people with bad intention get it, then all they really care about is how many super chats are going to come in for doing it. There's a reason why a lot of YouTubers skip all of the comments and only read the super chats. It's a tactic to get people to do more super chats. I refuse to do that, because I think you guys have a lot of insight. You guys have a lot of things to say and a lot of opinions, and I think it's important to note them. I think it's important to talk about them. I think it's important to talk to your audience. I think it's important to connect with people. I think it's important to make a sense of community, because what the fuck is the point of doing live streams instead of long form videos if you're not gonna engage with your audience? Then just do long form videos, and then you don't have to engage with anyone, right? Like, so it just, I don't know, no, there's if previous conviction, no, that'll go into that'll play into family court. They will not just be like, oh no, we can't talk. It'll play into it. Well, they didn't necessarily charge her criminally with neglect, but there's an open 51A for neglect for DCF after the shooting happened. And I think they screwed a lot of her case in probate, in my opinion. Yeah, she has parents, which is not, which is nice. Listen, having family at all is important, and I think people take for granted the fact that they have family. I don't really have a live family. So when there is no one left and you are all alone and it's just you and your like immediate, kids and husband, you start thinking about other people who are out with their families and celebrating holidays together, and the support that you maybe once had or could have had from your family. And you start to see how many people take for granted the fact that they have families like that will help out or always be there for you, or in her case they owned a place where she could go and get her head straight. Not everyone has those opportunities. Not everybody has anyone to reach out to and ask for help, and asking for help is, I'd rather put bleach in my eye, because then you get criticized, and it's fucking hard. It's fucking hard. It is fucking hard. I more times than not just suffer. Suck it up and suffer, because what else can you do, And I think my kids, no matter what it is they need, I give it to them, right? My 21-year-old is 21, but as most of you know, she has a terminal illness. So, she can't do a lot of things physically. She's now blind from her disease. She's lost all her hair, which is growing back nicely, by the way, except for a few little spots that are, taking a little bit longer to grow in. But no matter what it is that she needs, I'm gonna get it, you know? And if that means that I eat ramen for a week, then so fucking be it for myself, because that's my baby. And I think about not having that support in my own life, and it makes me sad because I know there's so many more people like me, right? So Kelsey and Justin, they both have, larger families. They have the support of their families, and I think that's really important. I know for Justin Brood, his sister is very involved in his story, I'm told. And I applaud her for that, because that's got to be really fucking hard. Being an advocate for someone else who isn't here anymore is extremely difficult. Believe me, I've been doing it for a long time. And I've been doing it for people who are here with us. Never mind, my friend Miguel, who's been missing close to 20 years now. And getting people to listen is the hardest part. Getting someone to listen to you and actually talk about something that important, because mainstream media don't want nothing to do with that. Oh, that story already happened. The limelight of the first 5 minutes that happens, well, it's over. And so mainstream wants no part of it. But I also think that's why YouTubers are extremely important when it comes to some of this stuff. And it's time to take that responsibility a little more seriously, right? There are important stories that need to happen. There are important things that need to be talked about that mainstream media is not going to cover, right? We need to do that, but we need to do it with the right intentions, not shitty ones, not just, well, I don't believe what I'm about to say, but I'm about to say it because most people believe it and it's the popular thing to say. Like, you can't just say what the popular thing is to fucking say. If that's not where the evidence goes, if that's not where the actual information goes, like, is it worth another dollar to hurt a human being? Because that's essentially what the turtle does. It doesn't matter who he hurts, right? As long as he gets out of his own shit and hides his own behavior and goes with what's popular, he doesn't care who he hurts. That's a problem. Real people's lives are hurt by that. It's just not okay. And so it's disheartening to see a lot of it on Twitter, where people are like, I see a lot of people making fun of Aiden for his wish list right now, and like, he deserves that. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with people having a wish list, right? I love that he's using, oh, my audience asked me to, because he knows damn well that my audience asked me to. He stalks me, right? And he damn well remembers when they asked me to, because that's how some people feel comfortable supporting a channel, right? And so I put together a list that they asked me to, and I was happy to oblige them. But I love that he now has to then explain away why it is that he shit on everyone else who had one. I think there's a very large difference as well. He never shit on Melanie Little, who has one, who is a, quote, friend of his. I find her deplorable, but nonetheless, it's a friend of his, right? Supposedly a friend of his. I'll point out that he is still shitting on Jen Altman, and he claims that she was not a friend, she was just a fan. I am going to put that fucking lie to bed right now, okay? She was not just a fan. All right. Aiden would call her, complain, whine, bitch, get advice. That is not a fan. And for years and years, okay? That is a friend. When you bring someone to your mother's funeral, that's not just a fan, is it? Okay? Jen wasn't just a fan. She was a friend to him. He just doesn't know how to be a friend back, right? So this whole idea that, like, oh, Jen Altman was just a fan, she was never my friend. It's a way to separate himself from people who were friends to him when he needed them, right? But because they no longer support his bullshit and support him hurting people, right? Now, oh, they're just a fan. I could have predicted he would say that. He did that about everybody. Oh, they weren't really friends with me anyway. They were just a fan of mine. There's a big fucking difference. They're not just fans of yours if you talk to them outside of your stream. If you're answering emails and text messages and phone calls, they're not just fans. They have then become friends, right? You've moved past them just watching you and being fans and moved on to them being your fucking friend, right? Like, he has to distance himself from being a shitbag. The problem is it's there for everyone to see, But they did indeed do that. It wasn't a criminal charge, Sassy, but it was a 51A they filed afterwards. How many subs do you need to go live? Because for me, it was hours. You needed something like 300 watch time hours. Maybe it was 1,000. Maybe it was. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was 1,000 subscribers or something like that. And then you needed Oh, that's what it was. You needed like 300 and something watch hours to get monetized. So maybe it was like 500 or 100 or 500, whatever it was that you needed first before you could go live, which is, but yeah, so different platforms have different things, amounts before you can go live or be monetized. Twitter is crazy. The amount of stuff you need on Twitter to monetize your Twitter is fucking bonkers, which is why I just don't do it, because it's like you're not going to reach those numbers quickly or easily, you know? And even for most people, it's out of reach, so it doesn't make sense, you know? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember, you know? Well, that's the other thing, though. Probate isn't going to really say, you know, they used to be really hard on people who smoked weed. Nowadays, not so much, because, you know, it's legal, and so there's not really much that they can say unless you can prove the person was so fucking high that they couldn't parent, you know, and they were passed out drunk or high and the baby was running around the house by themselves. Unless you can prove something like that, they're not so much with the weed anymore, you know? Right. Well, 14 days is 14 days, not forever, right? So I agree with you. Yeah, they were friends. They were 100% friends. Aiden's a fucking liar. You know, let's be honest. He's a fucking liar. I love you too. I just don't agree with that. I think the bench trial was a horrible idea. You know, I think you have to remember a judge can't go based on emotion. So the judge can't be like, well, I felt bad for her situation, so I'm going to find her not guilty. A jury can do that, which is why I think a jury would have been smart. But a judge has to go based on the facts and evidence. Bradel has not brought any fact or evidence other than Kelsey's testimony that she put the gun to her head. At all. They brought her gun, testimony of the officer she shot at, then this lady, this whistleblower, who literally just confirmed what Noonan already said on the stand, right? So, I mean, the judge knows what he can and can't take into consideration. The judge can't base his opinion, his legal opinion, whether he finds her guilty or not guilty, on emotion. He can't say, I feel sad for Kelsey and all the things she went through, so I'm going to find her not guilty on this. He can't do that. He has to go based on the facts and evidence. And the defense didn't bring any facts, really, other than her testimony that she put the gun to her head, or any evidence that she didn't point that gun at Noonan. Reasonable doubt is reasonable doubt, but it's not any doubt. And I think people forget that. Reasonable doubt isn't any doubt at all, right? That's not the way it works. So if the judge thinks that it's more reasonable that she did point that gun at him and a seasoned, long-time officer, well-trained, fired back when he didn't want to, which the whistleblower confirms him saying, I didn't want to, but I had no choice, right? I don't know. Yeah, anybody else? Am I frozen for anybody else? I think that's a stretch, my love. I love you, but I do not think they proved their case. They didn't prove anything. They put Kelsey on the stand, and there's a couple things that I just didn't sit right with me, with her story, didn't sit right with other people. I don't know. I don't think they proved their case by a long shot. I think the state proved their case that she picked up that gun. And she didn't help herself by saying, I knew if I picked up a gun, I'd be shot, because she did pick up that gun. So I love your face, but I don't agree with you. I don't think it's going to go well for her. You know, I just simply don't. And I know that the popular consensus of law tubers who want to lie to people's faces are, oh yeah, judge trial is definitely the way to go. I don't know any real life attorney that's not streaming on YouTube every day that says that. Most of them are like, what is he thinking? What the fuck? And I'm like, I don't know. I agree. I said the same thing. Like, I said the same fucking thing, you know? Yeah, they're still at lunch. Yeah, it might be a problem for his job. Yeah, but that was the intent, right? That was, let's get real. That was Bradel's intent, was to harm the guy's fucking job, you know? To try to be like, oh, well, he can't take care of the baby anymore. He doesn't have a job. I mean, I believe that was the intent, you know? I don't think that will happen, Leah, because they can't legally, right? DCF has to have a first of all, they can't intervene in a judge's order. So if the judge ordered custody to him, they can't just pull custody. It would have to go in front of a judge, and the judge would have to decide whether he thinks that that is the case or not. And what they can't do is say, well, he smokes weed, so give custody. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. It's legal. So they have to base their stuff on what would be considered neglect, abuse, things like that. And just smoking weed by itself doesn't prove that, you know, and it's legal. Yeah, it's legal in the state of Massachusetts for both recreational and medicinal purposes, you know. If it keeps freezing sprightly, try to go out and come back in, or hit the refresh button, because I think you're the only one it's freezing for, my love. No, so they had to get those guidelines they used to have with weed. They had to change them once weed became legal, medicinally and recreationally in Massachusetts. Because what was happening was they were bogging down the courts with being like, well, this parent smokes weed. Well, this parent smokes weed. Well, this parent smokes weed. And the judges were saying, well, it's legal. Well, it's legal. So unless you can prove that when they smoked weed, they did something reckless or abusive, that in itself doesn't prove anything. That's like pointing at any house and saying that mom had a glass of wine. Okay, was she passed out while the kids were burning the house down? Was she not feeding them because she's that much of a drunk? Or did she have a glass of wine with dinner? You know what I mean? Or when the kids are asleep, or for a 4th of July party. So the courts got really, really sick of social services coming in and being like, well, this parent smokes weed. So they changed the guidelines a long time ago for that, you know? Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, that's not going to help, right? That's not going to help at all. Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, if you guys haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. I'm just got to look at something for 1 minute. If you like to support the channel, we have a bunch of different ways to do so. Getting yourself a membership is a good way. You can give memberships to other people. You can do super chats or super stickers. We have PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Chime and Revolut. It's all in the description of the video. We have a link for debit or credit. We appreciate and love all of you, and we appreciate any and all support. We are an independent channel. We do not get told what we can and can't talk about. Thank God for that. And I don't know where I would be without you guys, to be honest. The channel wouldn't still be here, you know? And that's one of the things the Sewer Turtle tries to make it so that I'm not. And it's a constant push and pull, I feel like. Why is my computer doing this? What the fuck? We're done, guys. We're done. So, oh, I lost my place in the comments. God damn it. There's that Leah, right? Yep, all right. They have to prove intent with the assault charge. I believe, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Leah knows this, but I believe all they have to do is prove the defendant intended to put the victim in fear of an imminent battery. I believe. Basically that they intended to threaten them with the gun or make them fear the gun, right? If it's a gun, obviously. That you acted deliberately to threaten the person with the weapon. I believe. Maybe, see, I don't know if it was, is it assault by means or assault and battery with a dangerous weapon? Let me look. Assault and battery with a dangerous weapon requires proof. Touching is intentional, conscious, and deliberate, not accidental, or which does not need to be the defendant intended to cause a specific injury. Only the act itself was intentional and involved a dangerous weapon.
Record in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Nah,
Okay.
they both have too much
And,
family for that to
so I
happen.
guess let's start with the view. Mr. Bradle, is the
Yeah,
defense
agreed.
still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're gonna seek a view, just a contingent on, I just wanted to submit to
Okay.
the court, what I, and I hope I say this right, it's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in
Oh
pens.
my God, you're
which
too
room is
funny.
which,
You're too funny.
And, we were gonna just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay, so, as a chalk, so.
That
I
sucks,
believe it's
Heather.
agreed.
That
In
shouldn't have
other
happened.
words, is what, Jesus, man, I'm tongue-tied.
Ba, ba, ba. Your Honor?
Is what you're saying that I shouldn't take these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Of course he would. That's
You
so
know,
ridiculous.
Traditionally, using a chalk, you know,
That's what I thought.
the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as a fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's an MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it for what you will.
Okay, Commonwealth, what's your position on this?
That's fine, with the caveat, it's small writing at the bottom, if you could read it.
Small writing. You're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm talking about at the bottom, there's text on the bottom of the,
Somebody's weed whacking outside my window and it's fucking loud.
not in the diagram itself, below.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, if you keep reading that.
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And
No, I like that.
oh, you like that?
We need that as data. We can
Oh.
use it as data. And then it's convenient for each exhibit, and I have no problem with it, that's fine.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm
The weed
losing
whacker.
steam. So I just all right. So you want to keep that in? We'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby's room, KF's room?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why don't we mark it for ID at least, and then I'll use it. But this is helpful. And I frankly, I think it's more helpful than a view because from my understanding from speaking to you folks at Sidebar, that room is going to look nothing like it did.
We
The
agree.
bedroom. So
we're gonna waive the view motion, Judge, and I appreciate all your consideration you gave it, and we're gonna rest.
okay. So let Mr.
H somewhere.
All right. So Mr. Maureen, that's Exhibit H is the floor plan chalk. And I'm gonna deem the motion for view withdrawn.
Yes.
And the defense rests. Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about, all right, so I'll take care of that.
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I
Sure.
reviewed my motion for required finding. Otherwise, if we get into this conference, I'll probably forget later. So I'm
Okay.
just gonna do that now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just
Okay.
relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct a charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And
I think we'll know by
it's
tomorrow.
marked as Exhibit C. If you folks had an opportunity to take a look at that. All right, so let's start with the Commonwealth. Any additions, subtractions, objections,
Yeah, when
cetera,
someone dies,
modifications?
everyone's mine, me. Thankfully, I don't inherit anything from anyone, so I don't have to worry about that. All my family's gone. There's nothing to inherit.
That an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just wanted to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the theories of assault.
Yeah, so
I'm sure you're on
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that that wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted. Defense, your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proved either way.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning and 30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice? Okay.
Yes, fine.
All right, and I'm not going to have like a buzzer or
You probably
you're
will.
not gonna,
You've
like a
seen all the
trap
evidence.
door. You're not going to fall through and end up in the basement somewhere. But I'll diplomatically and gently warn you when you're getting close. All right. All right. So while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules. And the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay, by anyone.
Of other
either
people.
Side. It's not helpful.
He doesn't want Bradel to start
and,
shitting on Justin's family.
This is a straightforward case.
Shocker.
Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before
and
after even,
irrelevant.
not to be cold, callous, and uncaring,
It's
are
irrelevant.
not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial. After the closings, you'll just we'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
98.
98, okay. So 98 the 98 exhibits will come up along with, you'll send up as well, Mr. Ruane.
That was smart of him to say.
Which is the law, and exhibit, I've already, H, which is the floor plan. So there'll be, just like in a jury trial, after you folks have noted your contentment, our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me. I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need to reach a verdict. So it may be Friday morning or something. So you folks should make yourselves available.
I think we'll see it tomorrow.
As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay. Anything else? Just see if there's anything else in my
Yeah, as far as I know, it's just the one charge.
defense.
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to
9.
start at 9 and, yeah. Is that doable for everyone? Okay, oh, and I also meant to, this may be obvious, but, so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated, okay? So, folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it, can come in and watch the
Listen and
closings,
watch.
et cetera. All right? All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right.
It's confusing, you know, he says we'll stand at recess, he means recess of the case. Usually the judge will just say like, hey, we're done for the day, but first time he said that, I was like, it's no recess? Like he's coming back? Like what? But no, done for the day. So that's that for the day, for today. I do find it interesting what they end up saying about how great Bradel did. And I mean, listen, I think both sides could have done a lot better. I think Bradel way more so, but I think the prosecution missed quite a few questions. I think they missed a bunch of objections. And I think they missed sort of, I'll say, asking some of the right questions to some of the witnesses and exploring a little more in depth some of the crosses as well. So yeah, the field trip was canceled. Bradel withdrew it. He withdrew the field trip. So I don't expect that she's going to see a not guilty here, but I guess we'll find out. You know, sometimes you're pretty confident in what happened and then the opposite happens, but that's my opinion. I don't think he was good. And I think if I'm the turtle, I'm very worried. And I think why I know he's very worried is if you have to keep repeating how awesome your attorney is, then you probably are a little worried. Right? I wish the prosecutors had A, been louder. B, I wish, like I said, they had been a little more in depth on some of the questions and questioning. Ooh, that's a good question, Leah. We could do that, actually. Let's do that. That is a good freaking idea. Leave it to my, you know, sister from another mister to have the good ideas up in this piece. All right, let's see. Start a poll. Let's see what y'all think. All right, let's see. Oh, David, can you capitalize for me? All right, here we go. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I know some things weren't let in and that makes sense for some of the things that weren't relevant, right? I expected some of the things that were not relevant to anything to not be let in. I mean, it is. If you believe Noonan, right, and you believe what Noonan said, and you find him to be credible, and you don't find to be credible parts of Kelsey's story or what Kelsey said, and you believe that the gun expert who looked at her gun is telling the truth, right? Then that is, without a reason, that can be, yeah. I mean, again, you can only go by based on what you're given. And you have to remember that testimony is evidence. People seem to forget that, where they're like, oh, it's just a he said, she said. There's no evidence in this case. Testimony is evidence, people. Witness testimony is considered evidence in a trial. So people forget that, or they don't know, and that's okay. They don't have to know, right? That's what channels like mine are for, to tell people, like, that's considered evidence in a trial. Witness testimony especially from someone like Noonan who was there, who's the eyewitness, he's the person who pulled the trigger to fire back. This isn't a question of was it a good shooting or not. It was already ruled a good shooting, right? And I don't think anybody would argue that it wasn't a good shooting. There are a few people who are arguing it wasn't a good shooting. But again, I believe that they just live in an echo chamber, to be honest. It's about who you find credible and the evidence, whether you find it credible and whether you think that it goes with the story and makes sense on who's believable in your mind, you know? You have to remember, this guy's also a seasoned officer, never had any issues, wasn't known to be a quick on the trigger or unrational in any way, or you know what I mean? Like you take all these things into consideration when you decide if he's credible or not, right? She had a gun, right? Like, I mean, she admitted herself that she had that weapon in her hand. That's going to be hard to get by with a judge trial, aka a bench trial, you know? "64% of you in the moment say guilty. "28% of you say not guilty right now. And 8% of you say unsure still right now. You know? See, that's the problem though. Is like, if he's lying, tell me how you think he's lying. If she is lying, tell me how you think she's lying. Like, what are the things that make you think that someone isn't telling the truth, right? If you actually believe that they're lying, you're going to have a reason why you think that. It's not just going to be like, oh, yep, they're lying, and then you never have a reason on why. If you don't have a reason on why, start reevaluating whether your opinion is because that's what everyone else said that you were in a room with, or if that's really your opinion. If it's really your opinion, you should be able to point to something on why you think they're lying. I think that's part of the problem, is a lot of people just jump in with what's popular and what everyone believes, right? Which is why I you know, in this scenario, at least on my channel, I don't care whether you believe she's guilty or not guilty. You don't have to go with what my opinion is, right? We can agree to disagree, right? I still love you all. Even if I disagree with you on whether she's going to be found guilty or not guilty, we'll find out together, right? One way or another. I'm not going to tell you to go die in a hole if you think she's not guilty. That's okay. But one way or another, whether you think she's not guilty, there's a reason why, right? If you think she's guilty, there's a reason why. If you think someone's not credible, you have a reason why. If you cannot come up with any reason why you think this person was lying, then maybe you're just saying it because other people are saying it, right? And at that point, you should start reevaluating why you're jumping to that conclusion without thinking it through properly, you know? I think emotion definitely plays into it, you know? I don't think that's going to help. And I think that's Heather's point, is that's not going to help her in probate, right? But that was last year, right? So, you know, she could have had treatment since then. She could have, you know, postpartum could have lifted since then, at least with treatment. And so there are other arguments to be made in probate for, I don't think they're going to just hand her the baby back. I think there's going to have to be a lot of work done. Like supervised visits first, and then usually they move from there. If those go well, then they might do like an hour with you allowed to take them to the park, supervised with someone, family member or whatnot. Then, you know, they do 4 hours. If you successfully do the 1 hour for so long, then they do, you know, a full day, 8 hours. Then they might do one overnight every other weekend or once a month. They move, you know, further and further and further, with reunification being the end result. But if something happens, they will stop it or go back if something ain't right? So that's usually where the court starts, is like baby steps, you know? It is wild to me. I mean, I don't have to know any of these people to make an opinion, but if I'm gonna exclaim, right, that I think that that lady's not credible, then I need to have a reason why I think she's not credible. And I gave my reasons why I don't think that that lady's credible, right? There were a few things that made my spidey senses go off with the quote whistleblowing neighbor, you know? And also, to be fair, half of the whistleblower neighbor's testimony helped the prosecution, not the defense. I don't know what he was thinking, to be honest. You know, I just don't get it. But it definitely isn't going to help in her probate case. That's for sure. That's something that the other side that she's fighting against with for custody is going to be able to point out. It's only been this amount of time. Maybe she's not fully stable yet, blah, 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 blah. Having your own place doesn't make you stable. So she got a new townhouse. Like, that doesn't magically make you stable, right? You have to have something that shows that you're, you know, doing treatment and progressing in that treatment, you know? So, which I totally get getting emotionally invested and attached, but you also have to stop and think critically. And remember that when you're giving an opinion, it's okay to give your opinion and not agree with everyone else, right? It's also okay to say, I find this person a little shady, or I don't like the way they did this, or I don't like the way they did that. What isn't okay, what's crossing the line, is when you have people like Aiden harping on Kelsey's ex and his family just for funsies, just to rile up the mob, right? So they in turn go and do exactly what he knows they'll do, dig up family photos, make fun of the siblings, do this. That is over the fucking line. And think about, would you want someone to do that to you? Because you have nothing to do with anything. Justin's sisters and parents and siblings, significant other, they have nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with anything. They don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. And let's remember, Aiden makes shit the fuck up. So he has no problem just making shit up to make people enraged with you, that you are a villain, right? Remember that. Remember that, everyone. Look at all of the shit he's done surrounding Meredith, Lindsay, Leah. What, 7 fucking years? We're going on 8, I think, right? Like, I mean, he's tried to have multiple people charged falsely, all right? He shit on people who used to support him simply because they just don't agree with him anymore. Jason, Nan, like the list goes on and on and on and on. Jen, like, he doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. If he has to make something up to make you bad and make you be the villain, like he did with Nan, like he did with, like, it doesn't matter who it is, just insert name here, you know, insert fucking name here. And no matter what he has to do to make you the villain and you the bad person in the same way he tried to do with me, right? He'll do, as long as it's hiding A, his bad behavior, B, it's making him money, and C, it makes him feel a little good inside because he's very insecure and feels very shitty inside. He thinks like hurting other people makes him feel better, and it might for just that millisecond. After that, he still has to live with the fact that he's a shitty human being every single day. You know? I know, right? Like nobody should take life advice from him. Did anybody? And I think Benny's the one who told me this, but we're talking about the same guy, right? That sat there and fucking tried to give advice about marriage and why Justin's siblings aren't married yet in their 20s and 30s, in their late 20s and late 30s, and early 30s, and why they don't have this and that for a significant other or a marriage. Buddy, you were a serial cheater on your wife for numerous fucking years. You have tried to harm every ex-girlfriend you have ever fucking had. And you think anyone should take any advice about relationships from you? What fucking world are we living in? Like, what, that anyone would actually take that serious or repeat that? Yet, if you look on Twitter, there are people who just repeat his bullshit. And I mean word for word. They just re-parrot it back out. If you are one of those people and you're just parroting his phrases, ask yourself why. It's not because you believe them. It's because you thought it might be a little funny. Ha ha ha. He said it, so it's got to be true. Aiden said so is not a thing, guys. Okay? Doesn't make anything true. She didn't, in my opinion. She didn't help the defense at all. She helped the prosecution. You know? I don't doubt that she might have wanted to harm herself, but the story didn't make sense in itself. Some of the things she said just didn't sit right with me. Like the chair, like knowing what angle the chair was while you're actively trying to harm yourself. It just, that doesn't make sense to me, you know? And that's the thing. Nobody knows these families. You don't know these people. You don't know their life. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know through the hell that they've
had to deal with or walk through in their lives. You don't know the struggles, the trials and tribulations, the successes. Like, who the fuck are you to pass judgment on anyone? We are no one to really pass judgment on anyone. Guilty or not guilty doesn't mean she's the worst person in the world, even if she's found guilty, right? We have to remember that everyone behind all of these are just human. They're people, you know? It means absolutely nothing. It means nothing just because they're not married. That means absolutely zilch. My sister-in-law is not married and she's 32. What does that mean? I've been with my husband going on 12 years this year. That doesn't mean that I'm any more equipped to give relationship advice to anyone as if I had only been dating him 12 years or if I had only been with him 2 years. But, it certainly doesn't give him any right when you're a serial cheater to be talking about fucking relationships. That to me is bonkers. And the fact that some of his viewers just goes right over their head or they buy into it knowing all of that is the even more bonkers part, Like, come on. No one wants tuberculosis, just say it. Yeah, that he said it in his bus stop live, Oh God, the sewer turtles people say the neighbor is great, and that Bradle was great, Birkenstock. They say he's great too. So, that's what tells you, like, jury nullification is a thing, brainwashing is a thing. If you think Bradle did fantastic in this case, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, I don't know then maybe step outside of people who are saying that and maybe broaden your horizons. Go talk to actual attorneys that aren't on YouTube, that don't have, no, I shouldn't say aren't on YouTube, because there are a lot of people that guess that actually have good opinions, but that aren't running their own stream, okay? Go talk to them about what they think, about how he did. I guarantee you're not going to get the same opinion as the people who are running streams saying he's great, Yeah, you know what I think is so funny about him saying that Fox News stole his story about the Plymouth officer case is I talked about that Plymouth officer, 2 days ago, guys? On this stream as it was breaking. Like, what, bro? Again, he has sources like everyone else on the planet has sources. I don't believe his first of all, anybody who's a source to him at this point is a fucking idiot. He will throw any and every source under the bus if it saves himself from anything. Even if they didn't do anything wrong, he doesn't care. If he has to lie about you to make something go away of his, he will, okay? So I don't know why anyone's a source for him at this point, but we all have sources, all right? So Fox News, me, any other news station or independent media, we talked about the officer 2 fucking days ago, dude. Like, he's a little late on that story, And I get it. She was probably desperate for counsel, but that was not the right counsel. Martha did one thing. Her tone, right, and her presence alone was way better than his. And basically, she got to be a paper pusher, I wish she would get far away from all of them. The smartest thing that she could do is get as far away from anything turtle board related as she can. That's a mistake. It's a mistake, Oh, God, were they? I don't know. I think Nina's right, though. Like, if you put the gun in her hand, right, and she raises that gun even to get it to her temple, and the second that she takes to raise it, the officer doesn't have to wait until you get it to your temple, dude. If you raise that weapon, he's going to fire at you, and he has every right to do so. They don't have to wait to see what you're going to do with a deadly fucking weapon, dude. You know what I mean? Like, and in that aspect, I believe she's guilty as well. Even if you try to claim she put it to her temple. Now, she claims he was out of the room. She got it all the way to her temple, and then he shot at her. I just don't believe that to be true because officers do not leave you alone. They're not going to leave you in a room alone. She knew that. I know that. A seasoned officer certainly knows that. You do not leave her. And he already said when she handed her the things, he was like, I'm not going to bring that down. Like, she knew they weren't going to leave her alone. So the idea that after he said, no, I'm not going to, that he suddenly magically left her alone, I'm sorry, I just don't buy that. I don't think that that's true. I just don't, Hey, Freeze. I just don't think that that's true, Well, that's the thing. cops don't leave you. If you're being served with a restraining order, especially if they're seizing weapons and a child custody issue, they're not going to ever leave you in a room alone. They never do. That's like standard. They're not going to leave you in a room by yourself that you could either grab something to hurt them or yourself. Even if you are naked when you answer the door, people have to ask to be able to put clothes on. They will follow you to the room and hand you whatever they see. Like that is how it works. They do not just leave you alone in a room, even if you have to put clothes on. They don't shut the door and go, okay, go ahead, get dressed. That's not the way it works. You know? Not the way it works at all. Girl, will you marry me? I know I'm already married, but we can I will spiritually marry you into this amazing community of mine. How about that? Close enough? Now you have been asked, and you can actually honestly say you have been asked. All right? You have now been asked. Yeah, I don't think anybody should listen to a fucking word that comes out of his mouth, to be honest. You know? I think he was off his game the entire time. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, to be honest, you know? And even though I don't like him, I could give him credit where it's necessary. I just don't think he did anything good. There was nothing to, like, I even had criticisms for the prosecution, right? So if he did something that was good, I'd be like, all right, that was good. I didn't see anything like that. And I can't stand the guy. So again, I'll give credit where it's due, even if I don't like someone. Leah will tell you, credit where it's due. Doesn't matter if I like you or not. I don't see anywhere to give him credit. I think he harmed his own case, you know? Listen, you're going to do great in that commitment, lady. All right? Yeah, I can't take him seriously. I don't think anybody can, you know? Of course, no one would know who he is. And I mean, actually, that's not fair. People would know who he is because of the case where he withheld evidence as a prosecutor, and that guy spent like 18 years in prison. So people did at least know of him because of that before Aiden. Well, you have to remember, Martha's co-counsel. So she's only allowed to if Bradel allows her to. So basically, that's what Bradel allowed Martha to do, was that little bit there. I would also, I mean, in this scenario, watching this, her tone was better. Her presence was better. It was less argumentative. It was less, I'm going to point the finger everywhere. This one, that one, this person bad. And here's the thing. He brought up a lot of really irrelevant shit that the judge can't take into consideration that has literally nothing to do with anything. You know, that's another one of his problems where Bradel knows how to spew what Aiden does, narrative. Once it comes down to actual legal stuff, legal arguments, or making something relevant, he brings in a lot of very irrelevant bullshit that has nothing to do with anything. And so, I mean, that's just not good fucking lawyering. When you're constantly bringing in something that's not relevant, it's going to get objected to. You're not going to let you do it. And then you look like an asshole, right? Once in a while, you try to sneak something in. That makes sense. But trying to bring in, like, tell us how many surgeries you had and how you felt, like, that's completely irrelevant to whether she shot at the officer or not, right? That was for sympathy points, and everyone knew it. You can't be so blatant when you're doing dumb shit, you know? That's a good question. I wonder how much. I know that, I think, didn't her legal defense fund make over 100K, close to 120K? I have my theories. I think everyone's probably got a theory, you know? An untwisted throuple. It's a throuple, goddammit. No, it's more than a throuple. There's more of you than just three, right? So oh my God. The fact that anyone, you know, I heard yesterday, I saw some of that in Mike's chat when I was listening to Nina and Deidre. I saw them, right? Why didn't they tackle her? Why didn't they tase her? Why didn't Bradel said, why didn't you just grab her and tase her? Like, I'm sorry, what? As a lawyer, you damn well know no one's tasing someone with a deadly fucking weapon. And no one's grabbing someone with a deadly weapon. No one's tackling someone with a deadly fucking weapon. That is the most absurd nonsense. And again, maybe that would have worked for a jury. Maybe they would have been like, yeah, why didn't they do that? Not with a judge, dude. Wrong audience. Again, I think more of his audience was the sewer turtles, people, mob. than it was the judge. And that's a problem. If your counsel is focused more on the theatrics and social media and, people behind you than he is in front of you, that's a fucking problem. And we had a problem with that one other time where he turned around and started making his, narration at the audience. And the judge had to be like, Mr. Bradel, you're making the argument to me. You're not making the argument to the people behind you in the audience. You're making the argument to me. I'm the judge. The fact that any judge has to say that to him is fucking embarrassing. Okay? Embarrassing. Heather's like, I don't need any more relationships. Fuck him. I mean, that's all right. I disagree, but I respect your opinion, Freeze. Right? Real life Steven Seagal. Real life movie. I also thought it was quite funny that Bradel made it sound like it would take 30 minutes to take 2 steps back, sidestep, tap rack the gun, and then tap rack the gun again, as if that doesn't take seconds to do. He made it sound like that couldn't possibly happen in seconds. It would have to be a whole movie scene of like 30 minutes. Like, what? What? That was weird, That's all right. You always have me. You always have me. Don't you worry. We're not good for you. Just kidding. You always have me. No matter what, my friend. No matter what. Where are we at now? We're at 58% guilty, 38% not guilty, and 4% unsure still. Okay. All right. I respect it, guys. I respect it. Shit. I respect it. I understand it, ladies and gents. Oh, God, that's annoying. Cash App just sent me this thing. Refer people. Only a few days left. Invite a friend. Get a mystery bonus up to $100. Go F yourself, Cash App. All right. People want to join Cash App. I'm sure they will be like, hey, you got a referral code? Everyone has a referral code, dude. Everyone. StreamYard, Cash App, Venmo, they all have referral codes. Chime. That sucks. I can't imagine a case. But again, I feel like the Reed case was another one of those cases where friendships and families and everyone was pulled apart. And part of that I feel like is by design, Part of it I feel like really is by design. People like the sewer turtle, they latch on to that kind of vitriol and anger and hate. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, Heather. That sucks. That really sucks. It's not okay, Not okay. Thank you guys who got your new memberships today. Appreciate y'all. And thank you for Pat for Super Chat. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to wrap this up since this is over. I got some work I have to do and some other papers that I got to get into and some other court documents I have to do for another case. And my little's going to be home soon. And then it's going to be dinner time and homework time and bath time. And then I got more work to do after that. So I'm going to go try to eat something because I'm hungry. I love your stinking faces. We'll be on a verdict watch in the morning. So sounds like the judge is going to come in at 9, do his whole little thingy thing, and then leave to look at the case. And we'll see how long it takes him to come back. Will it be 2? Will it be later? I don't know. I feel like we'll get it tomorrow at some point. We'll get a verdict at some point tomorrow. I love your stinking faces. On your way out, please hit the like button. Okay. Make sure you do that. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed to the channel. We appreciate that. If you want a way to support our very independent channel that doesn't rely on anyone else, but the amazing kindness of all of you, there's 100 different ways to do it. We have Amazon wish lists. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have an Untwisted chat. Works for any credit or debit card. It's in the chat, pinned to the top. It's also in the description of the video, along with the other options like Chime and Revolut for those of you that want those options. Can't do super chats once I'm not live anymore, but you can do super thanks. Those can be left in comments on the video when I'm not live anymore. So I always forget those exist. And then you can always get your memberships when I'm not live too. I don't know if you can gift memberships when I'm not live, but you can get your own membership when I'm not live. I will see all of you amazing peoples tomorrow. I love y'all, and I'll see you then. Bye.